Hi, can I just check that the organizers are controlling my video? Is any one of the organizers there?
Hello, madam.
Hi, have you switched off my video?
If just on the bar under your video.
No, it's gone. It was there a minute ago. And
Yeah,
it
just move
disappeared.
the mouse. It will appear again. If you move the mouse, it will appear again, and you will see stop video.
No, I have moved the mouse and it's not appeared. Only the audio has
Make
appeared.
ourselves.
Ok, sta condividendo, cosa sta facendo? Ah no, perché abbiamo lost...
I have the same problem.
I can control the mute, but not the video.
Yes, the same for me.
No, there's no video now.
There is no the video button.
So now you're not able to share us or make your video because you're an attendee, not a panelist.
Thank you.
Okay, because you're the next session. Okay.
Thank you for letting me know. Thank you.
You're welcome, madam.
Buongiorno. My name is Paolo Toschi. I'm the diplomatic advisor to the Minister of Culture of Italy, Dario Franceschini. It is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the second of 3 webinars held in the framework of the Italian chairmanship of the G20 and devoted to culture. Italy puts culture at the very center, not only of its national agenda, but also of our international and global endeavors. This choice has been made even more pertinent by the pandemic. Culture has particular resonance this year within Italy's chairmanship of the G20, the premier forum for international economic cooperation. We really have put culture at the center of it. No one is better placed to illustrate this than Italy's Minister of Culture. So allow me to introduce for his welcome address our Minister, the Honorable Dario Franceschini.
Per troppi anni la cultura è stata marginale nei grandi vertici internazionali, anche per questo l'Italia ha proposto, quando ha guidato il G7, la creazione di un G7 Cultura che si è svolto a Firenze, che ha dato risultati importanti e porrà al centro del G20 i temi della cultura. È importante perché nel mondo della globalizzazione, nelle grandi sfide che ci aspettano, la cultura è un grande strumento di dialogo tra popoli, tra culture, tra religioni, tra civiltà diverse, ed è soprattutto un grande motore per una crescita economica sostenibile e compatibile, quella di cui il mondo ha bisogno nei prossimi anni di sfida, perché questa pandemia che ha attraversato le nostre vite individuali e collettive comporterà grandi cambiamenti. Sarà importante costruire valori, terreni comuni per poterli affrontare e soprattutto per poter dialogare, e la cultura è il terreno migliore per poter costruire questo percorso. Anche per questo abbiamo preparato il G20 che si svolgerà nel luglio a Roma, con degli incontri tematici di cui siete protagonisti sulla protezione del patrimonio culturale e delle calamità naturali, compreso il recupero di quell'idea cui noi teniamo molto dei caschi blu della cultura, perché la comunità internazionale possa intervenire quando un patrimonio culturale viene danneggiato da calamità naturali o da terrorismo, come è avvenuto in passato, possa intervenire come comunità internazionale. Al contrasto al traffico illecito di beni culturali, ai temi dell'educazione, della formazione, della ricerca, ai temi delle industrie culturali e creative come motore di crescita economica. Il lavoro che voi farete in questi seminari sarà fondamentale, sarà la base su cui poi noi costruiremo le conclusioni all'incontro di Roma del 29 e 30 luglio. Quindi grazie a tutti e buon lavoro.
Thank you, Minister. And as the Minister outlined, today and again tomorrow, we will have an opportunity for a high-level conversation, and you as experts, practitioners, will be able to touch upon some of the most crucial, some of the most important topics in the global conversation about culture. This will be a free conversation. Many of you will speak in a personal capacity. We hope that you will all speak your minds. But in doing so, you will have a very important role. You will feed into the G20 policymaking stream. Your ideas, your suggestions, your proposal will feed into the Cultural Working Group and the Culture Ministerial meeting that is meant to take place in Rome at the end of July. So your voice as experts matters. Your voice is going to provide us all with a vision, and a vision that is at the same time the value base for a regeneration after the pandemic and a factor for growth, a crucial element when we move within the G20 framework. With this, let me now kick off the work on today's second webinar and today's priority, which is addressing climate crisis through culture. Today, we devote our time to environmental sustainability. Maybe the most impactful, the most important, and the most interconnected global challenge that we face as humanity today. It's a challenge that cannot be separated from the COVID pandemic. It is a challenge that existed before the pandemic and will continue to exist. So we have to equip ourselves in order to address it and in order to face our future. Italy and Italy's chairmanship of the G20 has made a very deliberate choice to put environmental sustainability at the very center of our G20 chairmanship. Finally, a brief point of order. Today, we will have 4 very rich, very intense sessions that will be co-chaired by some of you around the globe, and with the help of my 2 friends and colleagues, Erminia Sciacchitano and Rosanna Binacchi. You will have time to present your findings. Please stick to the timing that is assigned to you. The chairs of each session will be presenting their own findings at 4:45 p.m. today, Rome time. And now, for her opening remarks, it is my pleasure to introduce the Undersecretary of State at the Ministry of Culture, Senator Lucia Borgonzoni. Senator Borgonzoni has extensive experience in the field of culture, both as a politician and a practitioner. She's been a strong advocate for a long time for innovation and sustainable technology, making the case for culture as a factor for growth. It is my pleasure to give her the floor, Senator Undersecretary Lucia Borgonzoni.
Ringrazio i tecnici e gli esperti che interverranno durante queste sessioni. Il patrimonio culturale è radici, tradizioni, però è anche imprese. Imprese di cultura, di turismo, ma anche imprese tecnologiche. In una nazione come l'Italia, a forte rischio idrogeologico, sismico, di erosione delle coste, ovviamente l'intervento da parte del Ministero e del Governo per tutelare quello che è il patrimonio culturale è stato, è e sarà grandissimo. Il Ministero dei Beni Culturali ha messo in campo un modello Italia già da tantissimi anni, un modello Italia che si basa e si è basato su più livelli e più piani. C'è stato sicuramente un favorire in tutti i modi, pensiamo dagli angeli del fango agli angeli della polvere, tutto quello che è il volontariato anche internazionale per la tutela durante avvenimenti tragici come quelli che tristemente il nostro paese ha visto del volontariato. In più viene sviluppata una carta del rischio sempre più implementata e in sinergia con tutti gli altri ministeri proprio per andare a controllare, a programmare sempre meglio e sempre maggiormente gli interventi che vanno fatti sul nostro patrimonio, apposta per riuscire a intervenire prima che sia troppo tardi. Poi abbiamo tutto e stiamo sviluppando tutto un sistema di fruizione sempre più ecosostenibile, sempre più nella direzione di consapevolezza anche da parte del turista che si reca in un sito, che sia un sito archeologico, che sia un museo, che sia qualunque sito del nostro paese. Questo sistema nel tempo si è implementato, trasformando il modello Italia in un modello a più sistemi, un sistema basato su quello che rimane e resta il controllo della persona, del tecnico, della persona che va in sito e in loco a vedere quello che sta succedendo. Unito, immaginate il primo progetto è stato fatto per Smart Pompei nel 2015, unito a quello che è l'intelligenza artificiale, i droni e il controllo satellitare. Da quel momento l'Italia ha iniziato a sviluppare una serie di sistemi e di prototipi che sono passati ad esempio da quello dell'area archeologica del Colosseo, un controllo multisistemico che ha portato a una serie di convegni, uno su tutti quello dove proprio l'Italia ha presentato questo suo modello di controllo e tutela del patrimonio per riuscire ad arrivare a interventi che siano non solamente interventi nel momento in cui sono necessari, ma riuscire a programmarli per non arrivare a quelle situazioni che portano l'intervento a non riuscire più a recuperare totalmente l'area o il sito interessato. Per cui c'è stata questa presentazione a Rio de Janeiro ha portato l'interesse sul modello Italia anche da parte di altre nazioni che ci stanno chiedendo di fare progetti insieme alle industrie italiane anche proprio per tutelare i loro siti, partendo dai siti UNESCO, perché tutto questo lavoro comunque ha avuto un via e un là dalla questione proprio della tutela dei siti UNESCO. Ricordiamo che il paese Italia ne ha 55, per cui è essenziale e fondamentale riuscire a tutelarli per poterli preservare al meglio. Poi c'è stato tutto l'intervento da parte anche del Parlamento. Il Parlamento a luglio dell'anno scorso ha votato una mozione all'unanimità al Senato proprio per chiedere maggiori interventi sia economici che di sistema su quello che è tutto questo lavoro e tutti questi provvedimenti sistemici, usando anche tutto quello che è l'industria legata al controllo satellitare e a tutte le nuove tecnologie che diventano sempre più fondamentali proprio perché a causa ovviamente dei cambi climatici e di quello che stanno subendo sempre di più i nostri monumenti da un punto di vista sicuramente di reazioni avverse climatiche sempre maggiori, ma pensiamo anche a quelle strettamente legate all'inquinamento e all'erosione degli stessi. Il Parlamento ha deciso di indirizzare il governo e di appoggiare il governo in questa direzione, ma così sta facendo anche il MIC a livello europeo attraverso dei bandi che vadano proprio nella direzione che tuteli il bene culturale attraverso le nuove tecnologie. Ora noi che cos'è che ci aspettiamo e speriamo? Che ovviamente la centralità della tutela dei beni culturali e di quello che sono gli investimenti sulle nuove tecnologie diventi sempre più centrale, per cui che in qualche modo nel programma europeo di osservazione della terra entri come priorità anche la cultura e il controllo della cultura. Questo anche per cercare di incentivare e portare il modello Italia in tutto il mondo. Un modello Italia che è un modello portato avanti dal Ministero, ma anche dalle aziende e le imprese legate al mondo delle nuove tecnologie che in Italia vedono sempre più luce e sempre più centralità in tanti ambiti e possono primeggiare e riportare modelli virtuosi anche in tutto il resto del mondo. Per cui vi saluto e vi dico buon lavoro.
Thank you, Madam Undersecretary. Thank you, Senator. You successfully, I think, pointed out one of the crucial factors moving this conversation forward, which is how innovation allows us all to improve protection of the heritage, promotion of the heritage, access to heritage, and ultimately innovation and new technologies allow us to create opportunities that identify culture as a driver for growth. With this, it is now time to start with our first session of today's work, focused on the impact of climate change on cultural heritage and diversity. It's my pleasure to introduce the chair of this session, Professor Mario Tozzi. Professor Tozzi is a member of Italy's National Research Council and a representative of Italy's Institute of Environmental Geology and Geoengineering. Professor Tozzi, thank you for being with us. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Good morning. Welcome, everybody. This first session, climate change and its effects on cultural heritage and landscape. Just a few words before starting. We have not so much time. The session, as you know, aims to illustrate the foreseeable scenarios about global climate change and the correlation with the occurrence of calamitous events with respect to the detriment of cultural heritage. By presenting also emblematic cases as Venice and the conservation of archaeological areas heavily exposed to the damage caused by climate change. As everybody knows, mitigation of climate change is the first road to take. If we want to keep the same planet, we have to give back to our children. This means to act strongly against the reasons of climate change, the causes. Reasons that are in the productive activities of the sapiens. And we know now that is true. It is the long-term, cheapest and ecologically suitable way. As second, adaptation is a sometimes obliged way, probably better accepted by people, but it cannot be only a technological possibility. But what does it mean, mitigation? Mitigate means to convert our activities and change, probably deeply change, our lifestyle. And nobody wants to do it, at least in the luckiest part of the world, in our part of the world. But everyone can do his best, playing his role and adopting little changes too. As the little bird, the hummingbird, you know, it does bring its little water to extinguish a fire in the forest, as a well-known African novel tells. Starting from bottom to the top, everyone can choose different transportation, eating and living. Most of us can produce by ourselves part of our own electric power. Everyone can choose and reward corporations whose policy is really sustainable. Governments can choose to tax incentive those corporations that choose a sustainable path. Nations can pretend an international agreement more strict than the Paris 2015 one. Virtuous behaviors with respect to climate change should have a positive impact on cultural heritage. Culture of sapiens is still the answer. Culture and research to be improved to make socially desirable the ecological conversion. Our objectives today are maximum disclosure of predictable scenarios, launching a cry of alarm that strongly sensitizes the audience and suggest a possible solution. Let me check the list now. First of all, we have Rohit Jigyasu, sorry for my pronunciation, International Center for the Study of the Preservation and Restoration of Cultural Heritage, towards making our historic cities climate resilient, an agenda for action. You have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you very much. So I just need to have my presentation. So, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of ICRAM, I wish to express my sincere gratitude to Italy G20 Presidency for 2021 for giving me an opportunity to speak at this important platform with so many distinguished speakers and participants. ICRAM is the intergovernmental organization with its 137 member states having a global mandate to promote the conservation of all forms of cultural heritage in every region of the world. There is a clear evidence that extreme climate related disasters such as drought, flood, extreme temperatures and storm have shown increasing trend over last 2 decades. In fact, from 1988 to 2007, 76% of all disaster events were hydrological, meteorological, or climatological in nature. Recent projections from the United Nations point that global warming could rise up to 3.2 degrees Celsius by 2100, which is higher than the limit of 2 degrees Celsius set by the Paris Agreement. Consequences include existential threat to several major cities across the globe, including historic ones, as you would notice in this graph on the right side. With such trends, the scenario in 2050 will include flooded cities, forced migration, and Amazon, the green lung for the world, turning into savanna. Moreover, rising ocean levels will make some of the world's most populous cities uninhabitable, including Mumbai, Jakarta, Hong Kong, Shanghai, Bangkok, and Manila. While on one hand, climate change is impacting cities, rapid urbanization is also exacerbating climate change. Mitigation actions are therefore indeed needed at various levels to achieve a low carbon emission scenario. Get to the next slide. The impacts of climate change can already be seen on historic cities, including those on World Heritage List. In recent decades, increased instances of urban flooding due to high-intensity rainfall have already been reported, while storms have inundated historic centers in nearly every part of the world. Heavy rains in Thailand caused the World Heritage Site of Ayutthaya to remain submerged in water, thereby causing insurmountable loss of foundations of historic built structures. This concern received attention worldwide when in 2019, Venice suffered prolonged flooding induced by high tides. The flood caused extensive damage, affecting several palaces, churches, and libraries, including the landmark St. Mark's Basilica. So, first and foremost, addressing climate change necessitates risk-based urban and territorial planning in historic cities that seeks to consider multiple hazards, including biological ones, like the COVID-19 pandemic we are currently experiencing. disregard of local wisdom through unplanned urbanization have increased the vulnerability of cities to disasters and climate change. Therefore, we need to rediscover traditional knowledge systems that have determined planning and design of historic cities through sensitive understanding of local geography, environment, and socio-cultural practices. There are plenty of examples that demonstrate how our traditional cities have actually embodied a very concern for the local climate and the topography and the landform in their design, as you can see in these slides, which are from World Heritage Sites of Shirakawa village and also Zanzibar historic town in Tanzania. While on one hand, we need to mainstream heritage in urban development policies at national and local levels, on the other hand, we also need to build capacity of municipalities and other urban local bodies to manage change while preserving the heritage values of historic cities. This kind of a concern is really, really important if we need to ensure that we have a sustainable future, and sustainable future really lies in sustainable management of cities. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you so much. 5 minutes is okay. I don't know if we have a question, because I don't know if we have a session here. I have a question in the meantime. You say fast and unplanned urbanization, that's the problem. But now that more than 50% of mankind lives in cities, it's not a little bit too late to change course?
Well, of course, there are cities that have expanded beyond the limits, and it is very hard. But it seems like we need to think a lot about medium and small sized towns, which are going to experience urbanization in the near future. So while we put a lot of attention on the cities which have already urbanized, the mega cities that we have, in my view, what we need to really focus on are small and medium sized towns, because if we can change the whole territorial original planning strategy, we can try to make sure that there is a much more equitable development of cities rather than having everything kind of concentrated around certain urban agglomerations. So I think we need to think a little bit more on having a regional strategy at a larger level and direct our attention to the small and medium-sized towns.
Thank you so much. No more questions, so we go to the list again. Now, Adam Markham, Union of Concerned Scientists, Global Climate Change and its impacts on cultural heritage. Please, 5 minutes.
Hello, thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to this G20 workshop. I want to first talk about the impacts of climate change. 2020, excuse me, was the second warmest year on record for the globe. Carbon emissions caused primarily by burning coal, oil, and gas have pushed the global average surface temperature close to 1.2 degrees Celsius higher than the pre-industrial period, and we're closing in on the 1.5 degree target the 2016 Paris Agreement aimed to keep us below. The implications of this warming for our planet and our shared cultural heritage are huge. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, the IPCC, has affirmed that there is the highest level of scientific certainty around certain impacts, including increased severity and frequency of hurricanes and rainstorms, rising temperatures causing polar ice loss, heat waves, droughts, and warmer oceans, and the latter leading to the probable 90% loss of coral reefs globally. There's also growing evidence for an increase in wildfires around the world. All of these impacts pose major issues for cultural heritage. Climate change is impacting all types of cultural heritage, including built heritage and historic towns and cities, archaeological sites, museums, artifacts and art, cultural landscapes, traditional communities, and intangible heritage. In almost all cases, those impacts are negative. Mechthild Roessler, who is going to be participating later today, director of UNESCO's World Heritage Center, has called climate change the fastest growing threat to World Heritage sites worldwide. I only have time today to give a tiny sample of the types of impacts we're dealing with here. But for example, a 2018 study estimated that melting sea ice, thawing tundra, and warming soils threaten at least 150,000 archaeological sites throughout the Arctic. Even underwater archaeology is threatened by climate change. The shipworms that bore into and destroy wood in ocean environments are spreading into more northerly waters due to warming seas and will eventually threaten hundreds or thousands of ancient shipwrecks in the Atlantic and Baltic that were not previously at risk. Sea level rise and coastal flooding are threatening historic towns and cities across the world, as Rohit just mentioned. For example, scientists have estimated that the historic town of Hoi An in Vietnam, with its hundreds of carved wooden buildings from the 16th and 17th centuries, will soon be subject to severe and damaging floods on an annual basis. In Western Tasmania, Australia, Aboriginal petroglyphs are already being lost to rapidly rising seas. Climate change is a major threat to Indigenous heritage, affecting not just rock art sites, but also traditional foods and building materials, medicinal plants, sacred forests, and seasonal festivals. It's also important to recognize that climate change is a threat multiplier. It doesn't act alone, but is additive to other threats to cultural heritage, including armed conflict, air pollution, mining and deforestation, urban development, and uncontrolled tourism. Just one example of thousands around the world is at Angkor in Cambodia. Like many other heritage sites, it was under huge pressure from rapidly growing tourism before the pandemic. Visitor numbers doubled to 2.3 million from 2010 to 2014. With that rapid growth comes more tourism infrastructure, and in particular, a demand for more water. In this case, the combination of climate change, which is altering rainfall patterns, and increased water extraction for hotels and other developments can cause ground subsidence, which in turn results in cracks and damage to buildings and temples. Tourism is now the fastest growing source of global carbon emissions, already representing 8% of carbon emissions, and it's growing at 3% annually, or was before the pandemic. And then finally, I want to say, as ICOMOS stated in its 2019 report, The Future of Our Pasts, cultural heritage is under severe threat, but it can also contribute to climate solutions. Communities with a vibrant sense of heritage and strong cultural connections will be more resilient. Furthermore, traditional cultural knowledge can contribute to climate solutions in many ways. But in order to capitalize on the benefits of cultural heritage for addressing climate, we also need to safeguard heritage from climate. To do this, heritage practice must change and adapt faster. Heritage managers globally will need to become more climate literate and adopt management strategies that can help make heritage more resilient. Those strategies include expecting climate change and managing for it. It's no longer possible to assume stable climate based on historic conditions. Managers need to understand, assess, and monitor climate risk, for example, by using methodologies such as the new Climate Vulnerability Index, the CVI, developed at James Cook University in Australia, which has already been used at several World Heritage sites. And then climate change needs to be integrated at every level of heritage planning. For World Heritage sites, that includes not just in site management plans or periodic reporting, but also in the site nomination process. All of this requires embracing uncertainty, using the best available climate science and planning for the most plausible future scenarios. Equally, as mentioned before, it's essential to integrate Indigenous knowledge and local community priorities in climate response strategies. And then finally, heritage managers should work to develop strategies for climate interpretation and education at sites so that visitors can learn about climate change impacts and solutions. Thank you. I'll leave it there for now, and I look forward to answering questions if there are any.
Thank you, Adam. I have one. Can you say a little bit more about your point to integrate local traditional and indigenous knowledge? How can you traduce this into best practice and cooperating with, I don't know, new technologies and so on, please?
Well, I think we'll hear later in the day a little bit from Dr. Goswami about how Indigenous knowledge can contribute to resilience strategies one thing in heritage management is often that local communities and indigenous communities have not been consulted in the management or even the setting up of sites. And so one aspect is to improve that situation so that local communities are engaged from the beginning in management strategies. And secondly, it's to use ideas that have been built up over centuries or millennia that have worked in the past to respond to climate changes or adapt to climate disasters. People have then built on that, they've passed on the traditional knowledge. Often the level of local understanding of climate variability and conditions is much greater amongst local and indigenous people than even scientists can determine from modern technologies. So a combination of using traditional ecological knowledge with current technologies and science is vital, I think.
Thank you. And to the next now, Johanna Leisner, Fraunhofer Institute, Impact of Climate Change on Indoor Environments and the Future Energy Demand. Please, 5 minutes.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Hello to everybody from all over the world. On behalf of Fraunhofer Gesellschaft, we are the largest research organization for applied research in Europe. We would like to express our sincere thanks to Italy for this important initiative of G20. It was already said that the climate is changing dramatically. It is obvious that this has a strong impact on the cultural heritage which is placed outdoor, on buildings, monuments, landscapes, and cities. But do you think it also has an impact on cultural heritage which is displayed and stored inside buildings? What you can see here in this slide is what happened recently in Florence. The famous Uffizi galleries had to be closed because extremely high temperatures occurred even inside the building. And high temperatures combined with fluctuations in relative humidity are dangerous for artworks and for people. The indoor climate depends on outdoor climate, on the building design, and of course on the air conditioning system which is used. So what can be done? Are we prepared? But how? Are we prepared for these events? Yes. Next slide. Yes, we can do a lot. Yes, we can adapt. But how can we do this? Within the European project Climate for Culture, around 100 people from 16 member states and Egypt have developed an innovative methodology. For the first time ever, climate modeling, high-resolution regional climate models, were coupled with whole building simulation tools until the year 2100. With this method, we can predict future indoor climates and the risks they are posing for art objects and cultural heritage materials. We can see also with this method whether the air conditioning system or any other climate control system will be suitable to cope with the future climate. At the same time, next slide, please. At the same time, we can also calculate the future energy demand for buildings, which is very important as the building sector and all buildings, including museums, need to reduce their carbon footprint in order to fulfill the Paris Climate Agreement. You know that the building sector is responsible for about 1/3 of carbon dioxide. By knowing the energy demand, we can look for energy sources which are carbon neutral, and also we can adapt passively the buildings to reduce the energy demand in the future. On this slide here, you can see the calculation we have done for the future energy demand for a fully controlled building in the whole of Europe with a resolution of 10 by 10 kilometers. We have used for this calculation only a moderate emission scenario, and you have heard from Rohit that we are still on the worst track, the RCP 8.5. you can see that even for this moderate scenario, we need much more energy for cooling and for dehumidification. Both are the most expensive and energy-intensive climate control methods. This means we need to invest in making buildings much more climate resilient, we must use much less energy, and we must become carbon neutral, while at the same time we must create a more stable and beneficial indoor climate. And this will stimulate the green growth economy. We have now the simulation and modeling tools. We can apply them not only to historic buildings, but to all kinds of buildings around the world. New ones, old ones, and even those which are still in the planning phase. This methodology will help to minimize the carbon footprint. It will save money, and equally important, we are protecting our cultural heritage inside buildings. It will contribute also to the well-being of people because we are spending most of our time inside the buildings. So thank you very much, and stay safe and keep our heritage protected against climate change.
Thank you, Johanna. You talked about adaptation based on modeling and simulation in your last slide. Do you think it's only a matter of technology?
No, of course, it is not only a matter of technology, but technology is the starting point where we can discuss how future climate impacts can look like. And of course, we also need societal changes, but technology can be a first step to give people the knowledge and the information what we have to change.
Thank you so much. So we go to the next now. Here is the list. Julian Bickersteth, President, International Institute for Conservation of Historic and Artistic Works, Climate Change and Cultural Heritage. Please, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mario. I want to talk to you about the role of conservators in this critical issue. IC is an independent international organization working with conservators worldwide. I'd like to start by putting a snapshot in your mind of the experience of one conservator in our network. She says, in 2004, 6 hurricanes directly hit the state of Florida, causing extreme damage. These hurricanes were actually grouped very closely together and left very little time for recovery and for the waters to recede. I made the best decisions I could with the resources I had. After the second hurricane, I stopped salvaging the objects and focused on keeping water out of the building. So I had to leave the objects in the water for, in the end, 2 to 3 months. It's worth noting it was an experience 17 years ago in a well-resourced country. Since then, the weirding of the weather, as we're talking, has only intensified in many forms, the resulting bushfires last year in my country, Australia, where I work, being just one example. With this as a backdrop, the core objectives of IIC could feel at a little glance a little staid. We aim to advance knowledge and to continue to improve professional practice and standards, enhancing the preservation and conservation of cultural heritage. But we've been examining how to extend these core principles to meet the challenge of the likely effects of climate change on cultural heritage for 15 years now, whether that arise in the form of a single emergency event or new risks of deterioration over time. We're committed to learning from each other and related disciplines and advising both our own profession and the wider cultural heritage network on mitigation and adaptation measures. We're constantly interrogating and sharing the science, and we seek to understand the impact of climate change on cultural heritage and looking at ways in which it can be more sustainably managed. An example of this is the work we've been doing on reducing energy use in creating safe environments for collections. Our natural instinct as conservators is to take the long-term view that we're about preserving cultural heritage, if not in perpetuity, at least intergenerationally. But what we're seeing now are much more immediate threats, with cultural heritage being lost at an accelerating rate. We're witnessing increasing rates of damage and loss from extreme weather events such as cyclones and floods, swamping collections, as we've heard, and related issues such as the loss of artifacts in archaeological sites through coastal erosion. We're seeing the loss of intangible cultural heritage in places such as the Pacific Islands. Here, stories and customs passed orally from generation to generation are being lost through communities dispersing as their islands become uninhabitable due to rising sea levels. We're seeing long-term threats to collections due to from the changing climate. For instance, rising temperatures are resulting in increases in relocations in insect populations, and sustained high humidity is promoting mold growth, neither of which are good news for collections. One advantage that ISC has is that our reach to conservators is expanding just as a global effort is needed. At our Congress last year in November, we had delegates from 89 countries. But what we're also seeing is a global inequality around the ability of communities to access the necessary expertise to deal with these threats. The galleries and museums of North America and Europe are generally sufficiently resourced to protect their collections. But from Africa to Central America to Southeast Asia, cultural heritage is at particular risk through limited local ability to assess conservators or the necessary materials to protect their heritage. Ironically, many of these communities are being the most impacted by climate change and have much to teach us as to how we can adapt and respond. ISC is using its worldwide network and our regional groups to ensure we harness and disseminate the skill sets of local and indigenous groups. In the light of this, we're acknowledging that our work can no longer be about purely preserving the status quo, but needs to move to manage change and adapt to it. That includes accepting that we're not going to be able to save everything, and that we must make difficult decisions about where to focus. But as we face an unequal fight against the extent of the challenge, we do have some advantages. Many of our members work in museums, which are among the most trusted of public institutions. We're seeking to leverage off that trust to communicate the extent of the problem and to mobilize both the cultural sector and its audiences into advocacy and action. We've been called a passion profession, and we know we must work in partnership with other passion professions if we're going to make enough impact to mitigate and adapt to climate change. ISC's work is already aligned with ICOM-CC, ICOMOS and ICCROM, and as an active member of the Climate Heritage Network, we're collaborating to run webinars and host forums to discuss the critical issues and to learn from each other. I'd like to leave you with two thoughts. The first is that conservators are already dealing with rapid changing climate and forming into networks keen to advise and help in every country and in networks globally. But secondly, a level of loss is already priced in, whether that loss will be measured in individual collections in archaeological sites or the cultural inheritance of whole cities and regions depends on what we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you, Julian. Your last sentence is very interesting. A level of loss is already priced in, but could you make some examples?
Look, I think we're going to have to weigh up significance. Significance is complex. It can be historic, spiritual, can be rarity, it can be aesthetic. But we're just not going to be able to save everything. There is the view that conservators are there to save everything. We've got to make decisions. They're going to be difficult and we've got to be ready for them.
Okay, thank you so much. Now, next one. Stacey Vallis, International Emerging Professionals, Heritage for Generations, Intergenerational Efforts Addressing Climate Change. Please, 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. Hello, bonjour, hola, buongiorno. It is a privilege to have this opportunity for sharing perspectives concerning the impacts of climate change on cultural heritage as seen by emerging heritage professionals. As mentioned, I'm Stacey Vallis and I represent the International Council for Monuments and Sites, also known as ICOMOS. Intergenerational dialogue is a term that is commonly used in many settings, but defining this principle can sometimes prove challenging. As human beings, so many of our everyday decisions are shaped or in some way informed by our cultural identities. By taking part in cultural traditions, however grandiose or modest in scale, we are nevertheless participating in an age-old, multi-generational dialogue that brings together the past, present, and future. Today, I'd like to draw your attention to 3 messages focused on how shared dialogues through cultural heritage can address the impacts of climate change. Now, as has already been highlighted by my esteemed fellow panelists, science tells us that the cumulative effects of greenhouse gas emissions affect all people and in many different ways. The fundamental principle of climate justice has rarely proven as relevant as it does now, but we know that climate justice is not only a theoretical principle, and its lack bears tangible knock-on consequences on cultural heritage for current and future generations. Inclusion and solidarity through intergenerational dialogue is not only needed, but should help form the core of just transitions to sustainable futures. We believe that together, the voices of experience, along with emerging or new voices, can sound messages that build on the invaluable existing knowledges and expertise to stimulate new approaches. Far from existing as a static entity, the dynamic and ever-evolving nature of cultural heritage has enabled its practice to endure millennia through people. So how can people-centered approaches offer guidance for heritage conservation, research, and practice to drive climate action? The UN Declaration of Human Rights, the 2030 Agenda, the Sustainable Development Goals, the UNESCO World Heritage Convention, and most notably, the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and the Paris Agreement promote the equality, dignity, and rights of past, current, and future generations, and now acknowledging the present impacts and the impending threats of climate change. Today's emerging voices, whether they be prospective or current students, apprentices, recent graduates, and including all those entering the field of heritage conservation, draw on you, our teachers, our mentors, and our predecessors' efforts, and especially your mentorship, so that we can together foster living networks of sustainable heritage practice for the future. By reaching across and also beyond these networks, in cooperation with our peers in different fields, the strategies for climate change adaptation, for example, can therefore be better understood and actioned. Finally, the third point that I would like to make is that the digital platforms and technologies through which this webinar, for example, is taking place is now a familiar scene for many of us. However, these technological applications were less popular prior to the outbreak of the COVID-19 pandemic, although such tools were already in existence in some shape or form. Now, today's technologies offer great potential, but these tools are only as effective as those who are able to access and employ them. So using today's tools in diverse, multilingual, and respectful ways can promote our shared cultural heritage and its time-tested philosophies, moreover inspiring the equitable development of tomorrow's solutions. We know that cultural heritage exists at the forefront of climate change, but in doing so, it also offers an untapped resource for generating climate action to safeguard our built and unbuilt traditions now and for the future. So in summary, our message is short. Through inclusion, mentorship, and the sustainable uses of today's technologies, we can together take climate action. And we now start by calling for #Heritage for Generations. Grazie, thank you very much.
Thank you, Stacey. You say equitable transition to sustainable future. Is it a realistic? Is it realistic?
Well, I would say that we are at the forefront and we face many big challenges that stand ahead of us. But the important steps going forward are to work together and for each and every one of us, whether we be expert or emerging and new voices, to play our part in this transition, and I'm taking steps to addressing these big problems, Mario. Thank you.
I'm sorry, thank you. Next one now. We go directly to case studies. Here we are. Emanuela Carpani, SABAP Venice and Lagoons Superintendent, the defense of the Venetian cultural heritage from the effects of climate change. Emanuela.
Thank you. Hello to everybody. In 5 minutes, I will try to sum up how Venice is facing climate change and defending its cultural heritage. Over the past centuries, the city and its territory had always to develop ways of managing hydraulic defense tools on a territorial, urban, and architectural scale. The morphology of the lagoon has always changed. Until the 15th century, different rivers ended inside the lagoon, bringing a lot of sediments. The lagoon risked to become mainland, infilling itself. Since the 16th century, rivers were diverted outside the lagoon. Nowadays, the problem is the reverse. The lagoon risks to become a sea bay, directly connected with the Adriatic Sea. Scientists have calculated that in the last period, about 1.5 centuries, the sea level has increased nearly 30 centimeters, and the annual number of high water events has increased too. The worst difference, comparing with the past, is the higher speed of these phenomena in the last years. You must think that 5 of the 10 worst high tides in all the history of the Venice occurred in the last 3 years. Which are the causes of our actual problems? Climate change, of course, with the subsequent increasing sea level, due both to subsidence and to eustasy, increasing annual number of high water events, frequent hurricanes, alternations between wet and dry status, cold and hot on the materials, much more winds, much more waves, and subsequent erosion, and then salt, a lot of salt. Which are the effects? On a territorial scale, the morphological deterioration of the lagoon. On an urban and architectural scale, the material decay of built heritage with the connected structural problems which can follow material decay. Which are the current solutions? Even today, the defensive strategies are articulated according to an integrated set of interventions that have become increasingly urgent due to the intensification of extreme climatic phenomena. Different defensive tools have been developed on a territorial, urban, and architectural scale. Which are actually these tools? On a territorial scale, first of all, the MOSE system, 78 underwater floating barriers, which can close the 4 inlets between the sea and the lagoon, separating one from the other. It has been working since autumn 2020. It's able to avoid cities flooded, but procedures have been improved. Second, the lagoon morphological recovery through different techniques such as sediment nourishment, fascines, groins, small barriers to dump waves, and transplantation of vegetation. On an urban scale, we speak about insula, a Latin word that means island. One part of the ancient city totally surrounded by water. The lowest island is the St. Mark Insula. Which are the kind of interventions which are now available now? Edges restoration, external floors raising where possible, floating barriers to damp waves, hydraulic regulation around buildings, monitoring and alerting systems. On an architectural scale, doors and windows barriers, internal floors raising where possible, plasters, mortars, bricks, stones, mosaic tiles, frescoes restoration, water extraction pumps, specific solutions for electrical and hydraulic systems, and then maintenance, a lot of maintenance. But in future, in the title of this slide, I underlined current and solutions because they are sufficient now, but in future, the present system allows the protection up to 60 centimeters of mean sea level rise. We are expecting 60 centimeters rise in the next 100 years, 50 in the worst forecast. Mose flood barriers should defend the city, but with a great number of closures in a year, with heavy environmental and economic consequences. After this, we must imagine a different solution. The city of Venice is too much important and shall be protected whatever it takes, with fixed barriers probably, on the base of different management paradigms to be developed in the meanwhile. It's always a passive way to defend, not an active one. We are working on effects above all, not so much on causes. I thank you for your attention, and I will greet you with a special card. Thank you.
Thank you, Emanuela. About the MOSI, if the sea level will increase, you will be obliged to use it a lot. But the more you use it, the more you stop the relationships, biological relationships between the lagoon and the Adriatic Sea. Is it a problem?
Yes, of course, because you change the equilibrium between the lagoon water and the sea water. And this is the problem because in the future, in the next 50 years, we must totally change the defense, and it's only adaptation, not mitigation.
Thank you. Next one now. Henk Ovink, Special Envoy for International Water Affairs of the Kingdom of the Netherlands, Resilient by Design. Please, Henk, 5 minutes to you.
Thank you, Professor Tozzi. I'd like to talk about the cultural aspect of design and its capacity to be a catalyst, a real lever for climate action and sustainable development. When I can move my own slides. Yeah. We know, and many speakers already talked about, climate change impacts. Too much, too little, polluted water are impacting our environment, our economies, and our culture. It is humans and our environment that are impacted most. And water is the main driver behind most of these impacts. And especially also in the context of this pandemic, you see that water as a first line of defense, with over 2 billion people even lacking access to that resource, over 3 billion lacking access to hygiene facilities, and over 4 to sanitation facilities. That is not a first line of defense. So the way we are organized in our current system under the current challenges and with climate change as this big magnifier is unsustainable. Not for nothing, we drafted Sustainable Development Goals in 2015, a holistic agenda, also addressing the cultural aspects, a Paris Agreement. But as we all know, the way we are approaching this is based on the experience, the policies of the past, only increasing our vulnerability and only increasing climate change. So we have to change course. And to do that, design and culture are instrumental for many reasons. In Davos, in the Davos Declaration, this bouwcultuur was addressed for quality, joint responsibility, and cultural sustainability. But I'd like to add 3 perspectives why design and culture are so important. One, this is how we build our cities, our environments, our economies. So it's very solution-oriented. And we need better solutions for a more sustainable future. Innovative, catalytic, and pragmatic. Second, design and culture have the capacity to connect. They look across scale, time, but definitely also interest. And in our siloed world, the capacity to connect and to bring indigenous knowledge to scientific knowledge, to the capacity of politicians to decide and investors to understand and invest is of critical importance too. But it's also the capacity to connect across systems, being them environmental, cultural, or economic. But lastly, and not less important, it's the political part of design and culture. Design and culture are aspirational and inspirational. And in the current challenges we face, we need that inspiration to not only be called upon ourselves that we must act, but to show pathways forward that we can. And what needs to be done, can be done, is what we've tried to resolve in the Netherlands. I'm from the Netherlands as a water ambassador working on climate adaptation and mitigation across the world. I take a lot of inspiration from my past. We have a water culture by planning and design. We developed our cities by planning and design in line with water, and still deal in this planning and design capacity, a culture of design in the way we develop water safety and water management across the country. You see images from the 17th century, as well as from the beginning of the 20th century in planning Amsterdam, as well as nature-based solutions on our coast and infrastructure measures to increase room for the river. That type of capacity matching a design-based approach also is embedded in cultural heritage. And this is what we need in how to move ahead. The Water Research Program in Asia puts design at the center of increasing sustainability and climate action. Chennai, a city where you, as an example for the world, where you see too much water, too little water, and polluted water, the systemic change that is needed is yet far off. But by developing an inclusive, indigenous knowledge-driven capacity program, we were able to recover cultural heritage sites, as you saw in the first slide, the earlier slide, using these religious temple tanks as resources again for water and climate action, but also focusing on wetlands and wetland restoration, deforestation, recovering, and building with nature from a community level up. And then all of a sudden you understand that culture and by design are not only mitigating risks, but also mitigating climate and building resiliency, but are connecting across sustainable development goals for a better economy, better health, a better environment, but also cultural heritage recovery and the inspiration from the way that city was built up. These type of processes mean that design tells us that it's about the process and the outcome. It's by bringing people and stakeholders together, as well as by developing best solutions. It can address the impacts of climate change, being inclusive, looking for synergies, and looking at that future. But also taking the inspiration from the past. Research that is grounded in historical analysis. Design helps us to enable the futures we want and we need. Design therefore integrates and connecting all these social and cultural heritage, ecological and economic challenges into a transformative and catalytic way forward. This is not finding a compromise somewhere in the middle, but really about raising the ambition, raising the bar in the context of the SDGs and the Paris Agreement. This is about making the connections between economy, ecology, and society, but also between the past, between cultural heritage and history, and that needed future. And that can only come if we resolve this question of collaboration. A culture of design helps us reinvent the past for the future, if we create the opportunities to come together. So the design and a culture in itself are not only solution-oriented, but are really about mitigating the risks of the differences, the silos we created in our society. Therefore, design then can be a catalyst and culture be the leverage for resilient action and sustainable development. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Henk. But as you know, most of our cities has been already built. So what design can do in this framework?
Yeah. And most of our cities are built, but at the same time, our economies flourish and we invest in the existing cities a lot. At the same time, with population growth and economic challenges, we have to redesign and recover a lot of our cities. This is also what is happening in Europe, but in places like Asia and Latin America. Knowing that what we have is unsustainable means that part of that sustainability did not come 500 years ago, but in the last 100 years. So that means recovering recovering that past for reinventing the future is going to be of critical importance.
Thank you so much. Now we go to the last one, and then we open the question and answer. Okay, here we are. Sumaya Al-Solaiman, CEO, Architecture and Design Commission, Ministry of Culture, Saudi Arabia. The cultural impact of architecture and design on climate change. Please, 5 minutes to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mario. Hello, everyone. My name is Sumaya Al-Solaiman. It gives me great pleasure to speak to you today from the Architecture and Design Commission at the Ministry of Culture to share some of the initiatives that are relevant to our topic today that we are undertaking. The climate change is inevitable and it requires strategic adaptation and resilience. Smart adaptation can only be done with accurate knowledge and data. So while this may be a given when we speak of big data and data-driven decision-making, we can also understand this as a fundamental prerequisite to dealing with our current situation and any plans for the future. Our cultural heritage embodies wisdom that has been passed through us through generations. Understanding that connection of local communities to the artifacts of our cultures becomes increasingly important when given the inherently sustainable means of living in the past. In architecture, it means the close examination of vernacular architecture in relation to the social, geographic, and topographic conditions that are unique to their places. These lessons can adapt to our current needs and future aspirations, thus creating a continuum that strengthens our living culture through constant innovation that builds our regional heritage. Culture infuses all aspects of life and is ever present. Therefore, our understanding and tackling of climate issues requires a systemic mindset similar to cultural permeability that we see in our societies. There is a real opportunity in cultural communication to instill values and behavioral changes that create a deeper regional cultural connection and also positively impacts communities. Sustainability is a strategic objective at the Architecture and Design Commission, which is an overarching objective that permeates in multiple programs and initiatives that we're working on. The Commission has several initiatives planned that address the focus of this topic, and today I will only share 3 of those. So the first one, which may not seem as if it is immediately relevant, is actually the establishment of a national center for the documentation of architecture and design. This initiative aims to establish a national center that combines all types of documentation in relation to architecture and design professions. It will be a center that brings together all sources of information, whether drawings, publications, models, oral history, images, videos, and so on, to enable researchers, preservationists, architects, designers, and decision makers to have the access to vital knowledge that aids in the preservation of our cultural heritage that safeguards its authenticity and integrity. The second initiative that I would like to speak about is the documentation of our regional identities within the kingdom. This initiative documents the regional cultural heritage of Saudi Arabia in order to preserve its wisdom, forms, and history. This knowledge becomes a basis to reconnect with places and encourages research and application. A common cultural basis unites people, and in strengthening those regional commonalities, we create more resilient communities. The inherent sustainable nature in vernacular environments takes many forms and has regional variations that are dependent on climate, topography, availability of materials, and more. So understanding these differences strengthens both the cultural heritage and the engagement of local communities. And the final initiative I would like to draw your attentions to is a sustainability task force and summit, where this initiative focuses on the setup of an international sustainability task force that will work together to create more awareness, provide opportunities, and exchange knowledge, tools, and lessons. So while the two initiatives form the basis of comprehensive documentation and knowledge to form a strong foundation onto which to build, the latter is much more action-oriented and a natural continuation of the first two initiatives. It's the establishment of the Sustainability Task Force that is the focus of this presentation and a call for international cooperation and exchange of knowledge. While real change and impact can only be achieved by applying a global framework and lens, the cumulative effect of local communities taking action and adapting is central. To this end, the Sustainability Task Force will establish an annual summit in which international cooperation and knowledge exchange can happen, the aim being to share lessons, providing tools necessary for local communities to actually do something about our current situation. In closing, I reiterate this call for international cooperation to address sustainability, the environmental aspects related to architecture, design, and the built environment from a cultural point of view, which I think is a valuable way of looking at it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sumaya. You talked about regional identities as a very important point, but how can fit this point in a global context like the planet now?
Yes, so I mean, when we speak of the wisdom that is inherent in our traditional vernacular environments, there are so many regional variations that are out there. So there's no one way to, let's say, reduce heat in buildings, for instance. And if we start looking at these regional identities and not just look at, let's say, building elements as separate components, but rather view them much more as systems that are not just physical, but really relate to the social aspects of how people use them, it becomes a very important way of looking at architecture, the built environment in general, and their communities that lived in them. So in that sense, I think having that multiplicity of ways of doing things provides many options from which we can learn. That may not necessarily be something that are widely known, because I think every country kind of focuses on their own regional identities or perhaps lessons, but we do see great commonalities even across the globe, let's say when it comes to the courtyard house, for instance, and how that has been kind of, let's say, done in different ways to adhere to, let's say, cultural differences that we've seen. So I hope that answers the question.
Thank you so much, Sumaya. Now we have a few minutes for a Q&A. I read here 2 questions already. Could you, are you able to read it on the chat? Rohit Jigyasu, could you read it?
I'm trying to see the question. Just a second, please.
Yes, please.
I cannot actually see it. So
okay, I will read it. To you, growth is increasingly questioned for being unsustainable, and new concept may be needed. How would the culture contribute to such a transition? Age Ildrim is the person.
okay, now that's a very good question, and I would like to answer by saying that if you look at traditional way in which cities have been planned, there is a very distinct understanding of how to control the boundaries of the cities so that there is a kind of sustainability maintained in relation to the surrounding context. So for example, how much is the carbon footprint that a city can have so that it can sustain its population enough in time, in the future. So I think there is a possibility to learn from all these principles and apply them in the new context. Of course, we have to adapt to the current situations. We cannot just simply take those traditional kind of solutions and apply them without adapting them to the contemporary context. But there is a lot of that kind of a wisdom that is needs to be understood. It's also very interesting to see how the densification of the city has been really addressed in many of our traditional urban forms of traditional cities, where the population has been organized in a way that there is a very distinct relationship of the work, the open spaces and the built form, and there's a much more focus of internal densification than spreading it, you know, in a way like we do right now. So we need to kind of look at these lessons and really try and see how we can adapt them in the contemporary context. Thank you.
Thank you. We have another question to Johanna. I don't know if she can read it.
No, we cannot read the question.
Okay, I will do that. What kind of project exists so that normal people understand and can take initiatives to reduce emissions? Very general question.
Oh, I think there exists a lot of research projects, at least from the European Framework Program, and there you can see what kind of initiatives you can take to reduce emissions. First of all is, of course, saving energy. This is the very most important advice I can give. Use less energy, switch off the lights, and reduce the heating for 2 degrees. That already can help to reduce the emissions. I think there are many rules outside you can find in the internet, how you as a single person can reduce the emissions, but also as an organization, of course.
Sorry, this question is also for all all panelists. So I ask everyone to answer this question. Let's start. Okay, Henk, go on.
Yeah. So the example I was showing from Chennai actually is a great example that is really about trying to find a mix between, on one hand, championing cultural heritage, but also looking at the mix between adaptation and mitigation. With nature-based solutions, we reduce the carbon footprint with 3 megaton carbon footprint a year. So it is now at 3.8 in Chennai, and we'll reduce it to 0.8. And those examples, so that is if you aggregate it all up, but those examples are. So what we do with local communities, we build a climate adaptation and mitigation literacy center at the school, where they learn how with nature-based solutions, it's not only that you deal with floods and droughts, it's also that you deal with the context with climate change. So everybody can contribute at a very small scale. So these bigger interventions in the city, you could say, we make them very small and turn them into educational programs with kids and people from the community. So that is an example that has a large impact on a community, and where it's really about the understanding of these initiatives to reduce emissions.
Thank you, Henk. Adam?
Yeah, following on from what Hank said, I think the development of natural solutions to climate change is vital, and there are many projects around the world where people can, for example, help with the restoration of mangrove forests. Mangroves both protect coasts and cities from hurricanes and storms, but they also are a great resource for absorbing carbon dioxide, and they're being destroyed in many cases to build something like shrimp farms, for example. Here in the US, there are coastal restoration projects along the eroding southeast coast where people can participate. So I think you can get involved in those kinds of projects which help to mitigate climate change and reduce the damage. At the same time, in my talk, I spoke about air travel, and long distance tourism is a real big impact for climate change. And there's a project in the Netherlands, in the Waddenzee, where they're looking for low carbon tourism. So islands without cars, local tourism, people not going abroad for their vacations. And with the pandemic, none of us are going abroad for vacations anyway. So this is a good time to practice low carbon tourism. And I think that is a movement that is definitely gaining momentum.
And to echo that, Adam, it is in a cultural heritage site, the Waddenzee. Yeah? So it is really this mix between environmental, cultural heritage, and sustainable solutions. Thanks for bringing that example forward. Thank you.
Okay. So tourism is a very focal point because cultural heritage is the place we are going to visit. So we have taken into account. Julian?
I'd like to just emphasize the importance of harnessing and disseminating the skill sets of indigenous groups. We had these disastrous bushfires in Australia last year. The size of Sri Lanka was wiped out. 1 billion animals were killed. Now, this continent has been shaped by fire in a controlled fashion by the indigenous First Nations groups. That was all ignored, and we ended up with a catastrophic fire which created vast amounts of pollution into the air. So I think we have much to learn in the management of our environment and the sustainability from indigenous groups, and we really must turn to them more.
Thank you. Stacey?
Thank you very much. So speaking as an emerging professional, I'll begin by saying that we believe that the strategy of intergenerational dialogue and mentorship can take many different forms to tackle the issue of climate impacts on cultural heritage. There's no one specific definition or approach, but we do believe that professional or practical mentorship can begin with simple, daily, regular discussions, focusing on a given project, task, or shared goal towards climate action, and maybe eventually ranging towards fully established mentorship or development programs where they exist. So overall, we think that cultural heritage is a unique tool that brings together diverse groups of people in ways that has existed for hundreds and thousands of years, but can now be used to tackle a current problem.
Thank you, Sumaya.
Thank you. I think ultimately it really comes down to individuals wanting to make a contribution, to be part of change. I think we all feel in a way helpless when it comes to looking at the size of the problems that we are now facing, and also kind of the imminent dangers that are connected with this. When it comes to the individual, I think it really is a matter of getting to the point where we start to make decisions without actually thinking about them much. And those decisions really taking us closer to a much more environmentally sensitive and respectful way of consumption, where we're consuming energy, consuming goods. Do we buy local or do we buy, imported goods, that kind of thing. So when it gets to that level at the individual stage, I think we can all do something. However, it's not an easy decision for many people. At a community level, I still think that education is really key. Bringing up our generations, our young children who can really understand, the detrimental effects of continuing in the way that we are continuing is going to be really important. Making sure that, in light of this kind of helplessness, we do find, our individual projects that we can contribute to that will not just be drops in a bucket, but with this kind of cultural permeability that we're calling for, will actually make a change. So yeah, and I also agree with everyone that has already mentioned very important aspects of these initiatives.
Thank you. Manuela, for maybe?
Just a few sentences. To achieve more goals in adaptation and in mitigation, we need a strong effort in education, starting from the kids and collaborating with all the society, because we needed to know how can we, in our small world, improve our goals.
Okay, we have another question, a question more to Joanna. Is there data available on the traditional practices and knowledge that can feed into this scientific assessment and prediction?
No, not to my understanding. We have not been feeding in the traditional knowledge, only so far that when we do the whole building simulation tool for historic buildings, and then we need all the data for a historic building. That means here all this knowledge from a previous century is inside the building characteristic, inside the properties of the historic materials, which contribute to the indoor climate and which we can calculate with the whole building simulation. So that is the way how we were using it.
Thank you. Okay, we are at the end now. Just a few minutes to say something conclusions. I'm waiting for your contribution to probably to write down something more complete. Till now, climate change has not been taken into consideration for the safeguarding of cultural heritage. The involvement of civil society in the processes of adaptation to climate change has been limited till now. We need a stronger and more structured preventative action. The link between climate change and cultural heritage has been acknowledged only in the last 10-15 years. So there is a time gap, while the remaining time to fill is actually very short. As you said, cultural heritage is the problem, but also part of the solution. There is no more time, maybe 20 years, maybe less, to mitigate the impact of climate change, changing our lifestyles and converting economic activities as deeper as we can. If we abrupt stop every activity right now, anyway, we will need 50 years to get back the atmosphere temperature to actual levels, to not see them increasing. Every single citizen can play a role, first of all knowing and then rewarding and using the best practices. Circular economy is an answer. Economy equal to ecology equal to culture. Planning towns and cities is first to do, taking into account that anyway, the less you build, the more you have back in terms of mitigation of climate change. Monitoring cultural heritage in critical regions is the second to do. A sort of electric power democracy means that it is no more the time of giant power plants. Every single house can be passive and using little tools, avoiding the installation of systems such as mega wind turbines, solar panels, which could have a strong impact on the landscape. Little is the answer. Think global, act local, we said once. We have to share data, knowledge, tools, strategies, and good practices between states of G20 to create shared platforms. Wisdom embedded in cultural heritage is always useful to adopt the best practices. We often find an answer into the past. Learn from the past is the lesson. Experts could lead the rediscovery of own cultural roots as a tool against climate change. Thank you, everybody. And see the next time checking if we will do our best or not. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks to all the speakers and the chair, these passionate professionals, we can say, as it was said. It was really collective intelligence at work. At least we have reduced the carbon footprint of this event. Unfortunately, we've been forced by the pandemic, but this is a positive result. Just want to remind you that the chairs will come, all the chairs will come back at the end of the webinar to again present again some insights and especially but give us some ideas on the way forward. Now it's and we have seen several synergies with the next session. So we now start the next session focusing on strategies and actions for increased resilience of cultural heritage. It was the topic of one of the questions. So it is a pleasure to give now the floor to Ms. Mechild Rossler. Since 2015, she is director of the World Heritage Center at UNESCO and co-chair of the International Expert Group UNESCO, ICOMOS, and IPCC. And she is an expert with an extensive experience in both cultural and natural heritage and history of planning. So, Madame Rossler, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Arminia. It's a great pleasure to see you and all the panelists. Good afternoon and welcome to session 2. I hope the videos are coming up here. Climate change is among the greatest threats facing culture today. Its impacts vary from slow changes to extreme weather events, which may result in loss and damage of cultural heritage. The lives of communities are disrupted, dramatically limiting their ability to access and benefit from their culture. Entire ways of life, including the practice and transmission of living heritage, oral traditions, performing arts, social practices, festive events, and traditional knowledge are all vulnerable. Climate change also contributes to lost economic opportunities in the culture and creative industries and cultural tourism. Climate change is now among the top threats to cultural and natural heritage sites inscribed on UNESCO's World Heritage List. Yet culture is a powerful resource for addressing the impacts of climate change and climate-induced disasters. Its crucial role to support people's resilience is particularly evident during the times of crisis like the COVID-19 pandemic. For UNESCO, culture is more than just an asset. It is a fundamental strategy to respond to the planetary crisis caused by climate change and the loss of biodiversity, to contribute to people's well-being and to ensure sustainable development futures. For example, intangible cultural heritage practices have proven to be highly efficient tools for helping communities prepare for, respond to, and recover from climate change-related impacts and emergencies. This can include the transmission of traditional food security strategy, knowledge about changing weather patterns, as well as the use of traditional architecture that can withstand natural hazards. I think, Arminia, your mic is still on, if you can close it. At the institutional level, mechanisms like the UNESCO Heritage Emergency Fund or post-disaster need assessments for culture are critical to support societies in their emergency preparedness and response. Natural World Heritage sites and large-scale cultural landscapes in turn provide various ecosystem services to people, mitigating climate change and reducing disaster risks. The culture sector is increasingly well equipped to support the role of culture in climate action. The World Heritage Committee is updating its policy on climate change, guiding the 194 states parties in their efforts to protect sites inscribed on the World Heritage List. And the World Heritage Policy on Sustainable Development emphasizes what governments can do to recognize and promote the inherent potential of cultural and natural heritage for reducing disaster risks and adapting to climate change. I should also mention creativity that is essential for finding new solutions to environmental challenges. Despite the fundamental relationship between culture and people's resilience to disasters and climate change, culture is largely absent from our political forum on climate change. While cultural heritage was included in the 2015 Sendai framework, it's not systematically integrated in the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, the Paris Agreement, or the assessment reports of the IPCC. In response, UNESCO persistently calls on countries to fully integrate culture into climate change policies and strategies, and it's working with member states and partners to support the inclusion of culture both in the global climate change arena and on-the-ground mitigation and adaptation measures. Several initiatives will be coming up during our panel, like the flexible mechanism included by Greece at the UNESCO's Executive Board, the UNESCO UNFCCC Follow-up Committee requested by the UN Secretary General in the margins of the 2019 UN Climate Change Action Summit, and the UNESCO IPCC e-commerce initiative on cultural heritage and climate change, as well as this inclusion of culture into the G20 debates. And I think it will be very important to ensure coherence of these various efforts to harness the full potential of culture in humanity's endeavor to tackle climate change. We therefore wholeheartedly welcome today's event, and I much look forward to hearing from our panelists and case studies aimed at exploring the strategies and actions for increased resilience of cultural heritage. And with this, I would like to turn over immediately to May Kassar from University College London, our first panelist. Thank you.
Thank you, Mechtild, and thank you for the invitation to speak at this important initiative by the Italian presidency of the G20. My talk aims to show how historic buildings have survived by working with the climate rather than when we attempt to control the environment at any cost, and that the link between low energy use in historic buildings and environmental sustainability is inherently strong and can inform wider climate change policies on mitigation and adaptation. But as with all principled stands, this approach is not straightforward or simple. Market failure in key areas, which I will outline now, suggests the need for policy interventions. My starting position is that cultural heritage endures because it is situated within a community, a society, and does not stand alone. Therefore, while we have a duty to protect cultural heritage from the impact of climate change, cultural heritage managers, policymakers, and indeed the public have a duty to ensure that cultural heritage helps, where it can, to alleviate climate change impacts on the planet. We need a balanced relationship among people, patrimony, and planet. And I will return to the policy intervention we need under each of these points. My second point is that historic buildings learn, and they can teach us through embedded, intangible skills and knowledge how to respond to the climate emergency in the way we construct our future buildings and cities, and in the way we can live more in tune with the planet, more environmental sustainably. My third and final point is that we urgently need policies that redress the balance between our dependence on fossil fuels to drive our environmental control systems for the protection of cultural heritage and the urgency to protect the planet from harmful emissions of greenhouse gases. This is a double standard that we can no longer sustain. We cannot justify the continued dependence on fossil fuels to provide fully controlled environments, even if it means that in the short term, some cultural assets might be lost. While we weigh up the significance of our decisions, it is our responsibility to diversify our energy sources. Otherwise, we are colluding in the destruction of our planet and cultural heritage elsewhere, for example, coastal sites battered by storms, such as the Skara Brae Neolithic settlement in Scotland, or whalers' settlements in Herschel Island in the Yukon in Canada, with the loss of Arctic ice, will continue to be lost. While our energy efficiency measures may appear to make only a small contribution compared to the size of the global challenges we face, and we might ask, what significant impact will limiting our use of exacting fossil fuel-driven air conditioning systems would have compared to the impacts of other industries on the planet? Yet we cannot avoid answering the future question, where were you and what did you do in the time of crisis? Going back to my starting position that cultural heritage is living and human, and that it lives within society and not outside it, we need policy interventions that address three challenges around people, patrimony, and planet. Firstly, people. To understand and manage energy flows in historic buildings, one needs to understand and engage with the scientific evidence. This means putting heritage scientists at the heart of decision-making, just as we have seen health scientists at the heart of policy-making in the current pandemic. Secondly, patrimony. To understand how historic buildings can perform without relying on extensive engineering systems, one needs to understand the interaction between the climate and the building fabric, which acts as a multiple filter for air, light, and pollution, as well as providing access to people, including visitors. This means combining building pathology data and construction history data to develop repositories of multicultural cross-disciplinary case studies to demonstrate the historic resilience of different building typologies to the climate and to enable the most useful information to be extracted for future heritage to contribute to the green transformation and transition. The market has failed to emerge from its disciplinary silos to create these repositories, and so policy interventions are necessary. Thirdly, planet. The priority of institutions must now be environmental sustainability. There is no longer any place for, and neither should there be, any tolerance of environmental double standards that contribute to the destruction of the planet in the name of heritage protection. I first highlighted this contradiction 26 years ago. I did not expect to be making the same case now, citing market failure. This means exhorting policymakers to act to ensure that the use of fossil fuels for heritage conservation is phased out within this decade and replaced by renewable forms of energy in the name of environmental sustainability. While the G20 countries have experts, advanced technologies from wearable sensors to smartphones and satellites, and a growing number of citizen scientists, they are weakly connected and widely dispersed. Here, policymakers can add value by intervening where there is market failure, just as I have described. Fundamentally, we require strategies that lift all barriers that hinder data and knowledge sharing in order to promote strong cooperation among cultural and heritage organizations, research institutions and universities, and NGOs and community-based organizations for the common good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, May Kassar. Very punchy with your points for people, patrimony, and the planet. With this, I will turn over to George Kremlis, who is the president of the coordination unit from Greece. Please, George.
Thank you very much, Mechtild. Athens, I would like to warmly thank the Italian presidency. We are all very happy that culture is so high on the agenda of the Italian presidency and of the G20. And I can express our hope that the interrelationship and the mainstreaming of climate policies in culture and culture in climate policies, this mutual interrelationship will be highlighted sufficiently strongly, and this will constitute the precedent for the other international fora to take on board the cultural dimension. I'm very glad to be given the opportunity to share with you our emblematic initiative. Proposed by Greece that we drive together with UNESCO and WMO. The aim is to protect our cultural and natural heritage from the climate change impacts. We will start with the World Heritage Sites of UNESCO, but other sites that deserve protection might be mapped and digitalized under the initiative upon the request of the interested parties. I must also say that this initiative covers island states, small island states of the oceans that are threatened because of the rise of the sea level, which have shown an interest to the initiative. Let me excuse me. The three overheads that I have selected. This is an initiative which has started with an international conference on climate change impacts on cultural heritage in Athens in 2019. You see the nice logo of that event at that time. September 2019, in the UN Climate Action Summit, the Greek proposal was launched with the supporting partnership of UNESCO and WMO, entitled Addressing Climate Change Impacts on Cultural and Natural. The proposal was presented and its follow-up in a side event at COP25 in Madrid. Now, under this structure, which was developed, a flexible mechanism with the three participating entities, namely the Hellenic Republic, UNESCO, and the World Meteorological Organization, was established. It is represented by me and two other distinguished personalities representing the two other international organizations. And under this flexible mechanism, a coordination unit, which was established by decision of the Greek Prime Minister, was established in Athens with 5 distinguished climate scientists, which will be operating as the secretariat of the flexible mechanism and the supporting, let's say, tool providing the necessary service to the flexible mechanism. It is assisted by experts and scientists and by focal points, which we have selected in 93 United Nations member states with a view to establishing a network among the focal points to share information about the initiative and, of course, experiences and steps. First of all, we wanted to assess the climate footprint on cultural and natural heritage and improve the climate resilience of the protected sites. Digital economy tools and artificial intelligence will be used to that effect. Climate proofing tools and environmental assessments will be developed, and the adaptation to climate change strategies will be encouraged to take on board the cultural and environmental pillar. We have prepared the questionnaire, which is currently being approved by UNESCO and the WMO, to map the needs, the sites, the practices, the techniques that once is adopted, it will be shared with you all. The idea is to create a database which will contain all this information, the best practices, and all the other relevant information for the monuments, for the heritage site. Of course, awareness raising initiatives will be conducted. I'm finishing, Madam Moderator. Give me 1 minute. We will hopefully participate in the pre-COP and during COP26, we are planning to organize an event, a high-level event, with ministers of culture and ministers of environment to agree on the next steps and on a road map. This is an emblematic climate diplomacy initiative that we would like you all to support. Complements the great work UNESCO is doing, and we hope that this initiative will be referred to in the conclusions of this webinar and hopefully in the conclusions of the G20. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, George, for this presentation and for sharing the initiative. I think there are many people who wanted to know more about it, so this is very much welcome. The next speaker is Alessandra Battisti.
Magid,
Alessandra.
thank you for inviting me to G20. As professor of Sapienza University of Rome involved on the topic of climate change mitigation and adaptation action in cultural heritage. Please, just need to have my presentation. The crisis faced by the Western lifestyle model when dealing with problems associated with climate change and the new roles that these cities and cultural heritage must play in a world of globalization forces the rise of a new approach that marks a necessary turning point for our civilization. For decades now, the fight against climate change has seen many of the world's most important countries committing themselves to international agreements that are getting better at establishing goals, strategies, and action for improving quality of life and protecting the entire planet. All this, therefore, requires a democratic and intersectional approach that allows us to implement improvements that considerably boost individual and community empowerment and create environmental conditions that foster a change in unhealthy lifestyles and objective improvement in health. Interrelated strategies for landscape, cities, citizens, communities, business, and society are required, such as a shift from a linear economy to a circular economy that can reuse resources, reduce the need to resource to planet's natural capital, and at the same time reduce greenhouse gas emission. A guarantee of sustainability as regards the energy and mobility from producer to consumers, and the technological, structural, and demographic evolution of a more interconnected world in order to ensure sustainable equality. In this context, no attention has been focused on the importance of cultural heritage in the current debate on form of living that can respond to the problem posed by climate change, dwindling resources, sustainability, and globalization. As regards the presence and management of manifestation of the cultural heritage, these approaches can offer examples of how the valorization and generation of economic value have to be balanced by the need to preserve the integrity of the landscape and the local human ecosystem, activating a process of exchange and participation rather than one of consumption. The real challenge will be a built environment that is ecologically sustainable, yet also capable of generating substance and income, while ensuring a healthy, comfortable living condition, plus the possibility for further development of the communities. The strategies for the regeneration of cultural heritage through an analysis drawing on a holistic approach seeks to understand whether the enhancement of community connection and the redesigning of cultural heritage can trigger social dynamics, environmental conservation, and economic drivers able to foster a resilient, sustainable society. In this regeneration process, located in an inner area of Lazio region, carried out by Department Planning, Design, Technology, and Architecture of Sapienza University, where I was in collaboration with ANEA, first the science step was to identify the potential risk for the asset of the heritage under observation, and then the capacity of the asset to resist the potential harmful impacts. In this way, the sustainable protection of assets of cultural heritage also entails collecting of set of data through extensive use of contemporary and emerging ICT tools. Faced with the limits of the classical ecological energy approach that regulates the problem, resource, and pollution after the fact, a new conception of regeneration is emerging, under which productive activities are conceived of as ecosystem composed of flows of matter, energy, and information capable of self-healing and tackling the development of new power infrastructure based on distributed energy resource system. Starting from how ecosystem function, a reorganization centered around the dynamic distributed generation system is proposed, so as to work towards an operating model of energy production consisting of a vast range of renewable technologies able to produce energy on the site where the community lives. This attitude requires integrated action aimed at creating a critical mass for the supply point of view and also able to create new and integrated modes of transport, improvement of public services, energy efficiency, community leadership, and telework to manage some specific segment of the tertiary and residential market. Setting in motion a mechanism of complex proposal for external users. This by involving the local population, produce good quality of life, enhancement of landscape, architecture, and environment, an active and energetic redevelopment of the physical heritage while creating employment and services. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alessandra. There were already questions in the chat, which you may have seen on reducing emissions and for people to better understand that. So that links us to the next presentation. Michele Lassinger from ICOM, the International Council of Museums, please.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, there are more than 80,000 museums in the world, and the 50% was built and or extended in the last 40 years, with 1,000 of new museums each year. They are repositories of arts and tangible and intangible heritage. They are places involving communities, educator centers, magnet for creative industries and economic developments. As ICOM, International Council of Museums, we are persuaded and deeply committed to invest in the role of museums as key actors in promoting socially behaviors and practices supporting green transition and addressing climate crisis. Curiously, museums are still seen by many as static places, when in fact they are just the opposite. Museums present beautiful, accessible and meaningful spaces in which communities and individuals can meet, exchange ideas, and solve problems together. By promoting knowledge, dialogue, and critical thinking, museums contribute to the education and engagement of politically aware and active citizens and involving communities. It's a core responsibility of all museums, regardless of their subject specialization, understanding how we arrived at the present and interrogating the past, as well as working towards a more equitable, just and pleasurable future. We see this in countries in Africa and Asia, countries that are undergoing massive change and simultaneously are building new museums at an astonishing rate. Nevertheless, if the museum should be regarded as one of our society's main adaptive institutions supporting strategies for managing change, many of them can be seen still as sleeping giants for our common goal on sustainability. Just to say that we are deeply involved to entrust all of them towards our common future movement. ICOM, International Council of Museums, is the international organization representing museums and museum workers worldwide. Established in 1946, it works closely with UNESCO. ICOM represents about 40,000 museums and members in 141 countries worldwide. In September 2019, at its General Assembly in Kyoto, ICOM members adopted a resolution on sustainability and the implementation of Agenda 2030. By this resolution, and thanks to a specific working group on sustainability, ICOM and its members recognize that all museums have a role to play in shaping and creating a sustainable future through their various programs, partnership, and operation. Considering Agenda 2030 and the 17 Sustainable Development Goals as the best available framework to incorporate sustainability into the work of a museum, in Kyoto, they committed themselves to contribute to the Sustainable Development Goals through education and related activities, and reducing their own environmental impact and carbon footprint. Faced with the catastrophic impacts of climate change, our commitment is to support museums to actively participate in the process of social change necessary for planetary survival and advocating for environmental and climatic justice. And about this purpose, I would like to add to this commitment the public libraries as companion institutions. To conclude, as ICOM, we propose to the G20 Ministerial to consider museums as relevant and affordable institutions, challenge them to develop new ways organizing knowledge about the climate crisis, participating with the users to change behavior and ways to think about our sustainable future. We propose to look at museums as an institution actively exercising soft power and activism based on community participation to promote an active transformation of our world. We suggest to rely on ICOM as an international and relevant partner in order to identify shared policy objectives that can be jointly pursued through coordinated actions. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michele. I think this was a very good presentation from the point of institutions, which adds to our debates. And from museums, we move now to intangible heritage. Now, Rahul, you are online. There has been already some questions, especially on data available on traditional practices and knowledge. Please, Rahul.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Dr. Riosler, and thank you very much, especially to the Italian presidency of the G20 for taking up this extremely important subject. Living heritage communities are very often directly exposed to the effects of climate change and run a high risk of being visited by natural disasters. The recognition of and safeguarding of living heritage makes it possible to prepare, plan and react to both, thereby strengthening resilience. In an era where the adverse effects of climate change have become ever more commonplace, living heritage shows us how to live with these adverse effects and plan for them. A single year's roster of natural disasters that very often are linked, sometimes very closely linked, with the effects of climate change makes for grim reading. The United Nations Office for the Coordination of Humanitarian Affairs said that in 2019, natural disasters affected some 95 million people and caused an estimated damage of well over $100 billion around the world. However, as we all know, statistics don't help to fully convey the everyday realities that connects climate change, disasters, and the communities of living heritage, or as we call it in UNESCO, intangible cultural heritage. These communities live and manage both with the effects of climate change variability included, and the likelihood of disasters. They are aided in doing so by the strength of their social cohesion, which is embodied, in fact, in the customs, the expressions, the arts. Living heritage, therefore, contains within it methods to prepare for and to deal with climate change and natural disasters. And it is these methods that the UNESCO 2003 ICH Convention seeks to safeguard. Systems that collect and adjudicate the distribution of water are very much alive in many parts of Asia and Africa. Water is one of the most vulnerable elements to effects of climate change and variability. The continued use of these systems represents a communal behavior which almost every single day responds to some climate challenge or the other. They have different names. They're called in different countries Fogara, Kanat, Karez, or Falaj. Extending into northwestern India,
these become the step wells. These water catchment and distribution systems are what stand between survival and collapse for many millions of residents, if not tens of millions of residents, in the arid and semi-arid regions of our world. What would happen if such knowledge was not safeguarded, was not applied every day? What would then ensue is, and I quote, a serious disruption of the functioning of a community or a society at any scale, leading to one or more of the following human, material, economic, and environmental losses and impacts, unquote. This is, in fact, the formal description of a natural disaster as given by the United Nations Office for Disaster Risk Reduction. Being prepared for risk, therefore, and living with the adversities of climate change are central to living heritage communities. It is this knowledge that needs greater recognition. Coming to our natural systems and our land formations, our landscapes, so our living heritage landscapes. Wherever in the world there are indigenous and first peoples, land is governed by well-enforced traditional laws, which hold that people, nature, and landscape are connected in a delicate balance. Together, the laws form a natural resource management system that ensures, amongst other things, a flourishing crop biodiversity. In times of adverse climatic conditions, if 2 or 3 crop staples fail, there are others to see through a difficult season. In contrast, monoculture cropping has no such safety net. What gives us the help to visualize the blending of non-formal and formal sciences? The Sendai framework, which Dr. Rossler referred to briefly, is one such. And what is important with this framework is the shifting of the emphasis from disaster management to disaster risk management. It explicitly recognizes traditional, indigenous, and local knowledge and practices, their use in policy and strategy, their value in cross-sectoral approaches. Living heritage communities are the world's most practiced eyes and ears on changes in natural cycles and patterns. It is a role they are uniquely equipped for, to carry and employ knowledge and its cultural coding that translates for us the pulse of a planet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Rahul. Now we move from the intangible heritage to our 3 case studies. The first one is from Nobuko Inaba from University of Tsukuba. Please, Nobuko.
Thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me to this important event on G20. So I would like to introduce a new initiative in Japan. This is to strengthen the role of cultural heritage in local sustainable development. So the first slide is this one. In Japan, cultural heritage protection is managed by one comprehensive law, the law for the protection of cultural properties, managed by the Agency for Cultural Affairs. It started from single buildings and art objects in 1897, it's end of the 19th century, and it has been expanded gradually to the current stage. The concept of natural heritage and landscapes were introduced in 1919, probably following the movement in Germany. The slide is showing the current range of cultural heritage. As the slide shows, it covers a very wide range of from nature, landscape to intangible heritage. We have also a national park system that was introduced in 1931, and it is managed the Ministry for the Environment. This slide is one such example of the cultural heritage in Japan, linking nature and culture. Fujisan, or Mount Fuji. Fujisan was inscribed in 2013 on the World Heritage List, and the title is Fujisan, a Sacred Place and Source of Artistic Inspiration. The criteria was 3 and 6. The criteria were formally applied for cultural heritage, while cultural heritage and natural heritage criteria were divided. The mountain is designated as a national park under the Ministry of Environment, a place of scenic beauty and a historic site under the Agency for Cultural Affairs, and the peak area is possessed by a private Shinto religious organization. So the management should be done by the collaboration by all stakeholders. So this is one example to how to control, how to manage nature culture, and there is in several stakeholders organizations. The feature in Japan, the including culture and nature in one system acts as an advantage, in particular at the local level, to help the communities to grasp their resources in a more comprehensive manner, linking nature and culture with their environment. It's important to go from the bottom community works. The recent revision of the law provided the legal basis for the municipal level cultural heritage management plans for the recognition of their cultural and natural resources, conservation and utilization of heritage, aiming at their incorporation into the wider local plan. Currently, municipalities are preparing such plans on a nationwide scale. It is believed that these efforts contribute to the sustainable development of the communities, by the communities, eventually addressing the current climate issues from bottom-up activities. This work is by revisiting the knowledge and experiences accumulated through history, while the people lived with nature in more sustainable ways. The slide chosen here was made by one municipality of Japan, Kita City, for their local cultural heritage management plan. The study was conducted between 2008 and 2011 by the agency program that started in 2007, preceding the 2018 revision of the law. This kind of initiatives helped us to revise the law. The four maps are the example of thematic heritage mapping studies. From the left is the themes are agriculture, forestry, mountain, hunter livelihood, and prehistory people's living places. So this is the initiatives, a kind of bottom-up initiatives by the local communities, how to grasp their nature culture resources. And we believe that helps in a sustainable development of the local communities, by the local communities. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Nobuko. And without further delay, I give the floor to Giovanni De Siervo, who will present his case studies from ProCulture, EU-funded project. Please.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure for me to be with you to share what we are doing currently in our ProCulture project. This is a project which is coordinated by the Italian Civil Protection Department in a consortium with the civil protection authorities of France, Turkey, and the Ministry of Culture of the regional government of Castilla y León from Spain. And then we have ICROM and the Fondazione Villa Montesca. This project is funded by the European Commission in the framework of what is called the EU Civil Protection Mechanism. What is this mechanism? This mechanism is a mechanism that was created in the framework of the disaster management proper. It means it was a way to coordinate the national civil protection authorities of the member state of the European Union. And so it started from the more traditional civil protection intervention or disaster management intervention, such as search and rescue after an earthquake, for example, or flood response after a flooding. This mechanism was extremely successful. It's already 20 years old, and if you consider that in 20 years it was activated over 300 times, and it's starting from very traditional civil protection operations, disaster management operation, it was moved and intervened more and more also in areas that are connected to disaster management, but they are not traditional. One of the recent feature of this mechanism is the fact that it started to be utilized also in the framework of cultural heritage protection, building on the experiences of its own partners, so the member states of the European Union plus the other countries that are part of this mechanism. It was seen that more and more often there is a need of support the activities of an affected country after a disaster, also in the field of cultural heritage protection. For this reason, we proposed, our consortium proposed a project to try to identify a common language among all the countries involved, but not only, also inside the different countries, among the disaster management community and the cultural heritage community. Because what appears clearly is that not always the language is the same, not always the priorities are the same. And that's why we started by identifying what are the lessons learned in the past, in recent years in the different countries, to try to draw good practices that can become a minimum standard of collaboration, both among the among the communities and among countries. The idea is so to identify this methodology, and each country partner of this consortium has done this work at the national level, involving all stakeholders that are involved in cultural heritage protection, and each country has its own structure, and that's what we found out, and its own way of working. And based on this common methodology, we also have identified the possibility of developing intervention teams, let's say a common standard for an intervention team that could intervene everywhere in the world under the framework of the Union Civil Protection Mechanism, having together disaster management experts and cultural heritage protection experts trained and working according to the same methodology. And as it was said by one of the previous speaker, the Sendai Framework for Action has recently defined the fact that we have to move from a disaster management way of thinking to a disaster risk management way of thinking. And that's the same thing we would like to do. Starting from the response and preparedness to response, we would like, little by little, building on the good practices developed in the different countries, to identify methodologies that can be applied also in the phase of prevention and recovery, always having in mind increasing the resilience of cultural heritage in case of disaster. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanni. And now we come to our last case study from Mauro Gabriel Garcia Santa Cruz from Argentina on adaptation and mitigation for cultural heritage. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for the presentation. We also want to thank the Italian Ministry of Culture for having invited us to participate in this important meeting. I'm currently the coordinator of the Heritage and Climate Change Initiative, which is a member of the Climate Heritage Network. I'm also a professor at the Catholic University of La Plata in Argentina. During 2020, in a context of great global uncertainty, we had the possibility of carrying out some virtual training and dissemination activities related to the impact of climate change on cultural heritage. One of those activities was the virtual course on climate change and risk assessment on cultural heritage, organized by ICOMOS Argentina, La Plata City Foundation, and Heritage and Climate Change Initiative. The course was coordinated by professionals from ICOMOS Argentina and had guest professors from Climate Heritage Network, ICOMOS Japan, Ireland, United States, Mexico, and New Zealand. That edition of the course had the participation of 43 professionals residing in Argentina, Bolivia, Brazil, Chile, Colombia, Costa Rica, Greece, Mexico, Peru, Portugal, and England. This week begins the 2020 edition of the virtual course, and are participating professionals from Argentina, Australia, Barbados, Bolivia, Brazil, Canada, Chile, Honduras, Ireland, Japan, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, Philippines, Portugal, Sweden, United Kingdom, and United States. In this brief presentation, we are going to share some of the results obtained by the professionals who participate in the course. An analysis of the risk to which cultural heritage is exposed was carried out in 26 cities belonging to 14 countries. For each of the cities, the possibility of occurrence and the level of impact associated with each of these risks were determined. Among the risks analyzed are risk of natural origin, risk of anthropic origin, and risks associated with climate change. The report The Future of Our Past, Engaging Cultural Heritage in Climate Action, published by ICOMOS in 2019, proposed various heritage-based climate change adaptation and mitigation measures. Value-based and people-centered adaptation measures seek to highlight the role of heritage in social cohesion and integration, using cultural resources to preserve a sense of place and inclusive community management, especially through participatory and inclusive process. Also, cultural institutions should highlight the role of heritage in social cohesion, social integration and equity, implementing participatory and inclusive process. Mitigation measures focused on the circular economy and life cycle assessment seek to restore balance and broaden the time horizon within which resources use are considered. The conservation and restoration of cultural and natural heritage allows mitigating the effect of climate change. For this reason, we ask different professionals to propose adaptation and mitigation measures to the effect of climate change based on heritage. These measures are related in the documentary Heritage-Based Adaptation and Mitigation. In this documentary, professionals from Argentina, Chile, Spain, Ireland, Mexico, New Zealand, Peru, United Kingdom, and United States reflect on the global climate emergency and propose adaptation and mitigation measures against climate change based on heritage. This documentary premiered in November 2020 as part of the Culture by Climate, a world forum for arts, culture, and heritage-based climate action organized by the Climate Heritage Network. The documentary is available on YouTube with subtitles in Spanish, Portuguese, and English. You can find with the hashtags Patrimonio Adaptación Mitigación, hashtag Heritage Adaptation Mitigation. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much for this last presentation of a case study. I don't think we have much time. I see there are more questions also on the YouTube channel, including one on museums. I promise now our panelists that I will bring the messages to the closure, but just to let you know, in our session we highlighted the role of culture and cultural heritage in all its dimensions, addressing disaster risk preparedness, supporting emergency situations, and improving resilience facing climate change impacts and extreme weather events, and fostering adaptation and mitigation measures. We underlined promoting a more sustainable, people-centered development models, enhancing knowledge sharing, know-how, skills, and practices by communities in their diverse environments. And I think also the case studies contributed to that. And we would like to contribute towards climate change negotiations to anchor more firmly culture in the global climate agenda. With these brief points, I would like to thank all our panelists and presenters for their excellent contributions and express our joint wish that these messages are heard by policymakers and the G20 Ministerial. Many thanks to all. Goodbye.
Thanks. So now, after this session dedicated to strategies and actions for increased resilience of cultural heritage, we now turn our attention to the awakening of the sleeping giants, meaning, well, really to focus on the transformative role of culture to address the green transition and how to mobilize the community to help meet the challenges of climate change. So I now ask Andrew Potts to take the floor. He will chair the next session, Culture-Based Solutions Driving Climate Action. Andrew is chair of the e-commerce working group on cultural heritage and climate change and the coordinator of the Climate Heritage Network. Andrew, the unstoppable Andrew, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Arminia, and also a big thanks to Dr. Rossler, who's handing over the platform to me exactly on time, and I hope I can repeat that success for my successor. Hello and welcome everyone to session 3 of today's webinar entitled Culture-Based Solutions for Climate Action, and a special greetings to those watching us via live streaming on YouTube. Again, thank you, Arminia, for that kind introduction. And I also want to thank the organizers for including not only my organization, the International Council on Monuments and Sites, but also other colleagues from across civil society, universities, and local government in today's program, making today truly a program of multi-level action. In 2019, arts, culture, and heritage organizations from around the world launched the Climate Heritage Network to help mobilize the cultural sector for climate action. On behalf of the network's nearly 250 member organizations around the world, please allow me to extend heartfelt thanks to the Italian presidency of the G20 and to the Italian Ministry of Culture for making this topic of addressing the climate crisis through culture a priority. The need for that kind of leadership in the culture sector on climate change could not be more urgent, and that is especially true among G20 regions and countries, which collectively account for almost 80% of the globe's greenhouse gas emissions. As we've already heard today, the world is dangerously off course in meeting the targets for tackling the climate emergency established in the 2015 Paris Agreement. 2020 is on track to be one of the warmest on record, with wildfires, droughts, storms, and glacier melt intensifying. Climate change is, of course, driven by greenhouse gas emissions from human activities like the burning of fossil fuels and deforestation. Thus, a cornerstone of the Paris Agreement is the commitment to achieve net zero greenhouse gas emissions in order to hold global warming to well below 2 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels. But the world is currently heading for temperature rise in excess of 3 degrees Celsius this century. And that's after taking account of a dip in emissions caused by the COVID-19 pandemic. Global warming on that scale would be catastrophic for natural and human systems, and that includes cultural heritage. So that's the crisis, that's the emergency, that's the problem. But this session is about solutions. What are the culture-based solutions for adapting to the climate change we have already caused and mitigating future climate change? Scientists tell us that in order to avoid the worst impacts of climate change, we have to reduce greenhouse gas emissions enough to hold global warming to no more than 1.5 degrees Celsius over pre-industrial levels. But how? Doing so requires rapid and far-reaching transitions in the ways we use land, design cities, build buildings, in transport, in industry, in energy. So we're talking about decarbonization, circular economy, reversing biodiversity loss, and addressing inequality on a transformative scale. Now I ask you, can society be expected to make transitions in every aspect of human endeavor on a scale unprecedented in human history without attention to the cultural dimensions of those transitions? As we've heard already, culture embodies creativity, memory, identity, knowledge, values. It connects people to each other and to place. So what is the potential of these elements? What is the potential of cultural heritage to help deliver a just transition to low carbon, climate resilient futures? How can those of us who work with cultural heritage help realize that potential? And how do we minimize conflicts and maximize win-win outcomes between cultural heritage, safeguarding, and other types of climate action? The aim of this panel is to deliver evidence on these questions, to create a record drawn from across G20 countries and the world of what is known about culture-based solutions to climate change, what is possible, and where there are gaps. Why? In order to inspire and inform ambitious leadership on both climate adaptation and greenhouse gas reduction from cultural leaders, operators, and actors. So we have only about 55 minutes to do that, and I'd like therefore to proceed directly to our distinguished panel, where we will have 5 interventions, followed then by 3 case studies, and hopefully time will allow then for a short Q&A. I'd like to now introduce our first panelist. Understanding the cultural dimensions of climate change and realizing the potential of cultural heritage to contribute to climate action requires full integration of culture with climate policy and climate science. And that in turn requires a truly multidimensional approach. It is thus absolutely no coincidence that our first speaker of this session comes not from the cultural heritage field per se, but from the world of climate science, and a very distinguished climate scientist at that. So it's my pleasure to introduce to you Dr. Deborah Roberts, co-chair of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change's Working Group 2, and also co-chair of the forthcoming international co-sponsored meeting on culture and heritage and climate change, being sponsored by the IPCC, UNESCO, and ICOMOS. Dr. Roberts, the floor is yours.
Thanks so very much, Andrew, and perhaps let me kick off my input this afternoon with a thanks to the Italian presidency for extending an invitation to the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change to send a representative to this important discussion. I was fortunate enough to just come in at the tail end of the last panel session where I heard Mechthild summarize the discussions. And obviously one of the key points that were highlighted in the previous panel was the need for an uptake of culture and heritage issues within the formal climate change negotiations themselves, because that would be very instrumental in the transformation that Andrew has really highlighted for us, is ensuring that in the global policy, we see an increased elevation of both culture and heritage as ways of not only understanding the world, but also tackling the challenges that we face from climate change. In that regard, the IPCC is a very significant body because through our scientific assessments, we provide the scientific material to policymakers, which lays out the options for them to consider in terms of action. And as with all good organizations, we've seen a very strong evolution in the work that the IPCC does. Way back when the IPCC started 33 years ago now, what we saw was a very strong focus on understanding climate hazards. So how was climate changing, driven by the production of greenhouse gases, as Andrew indicated, through human activities, and really getting a sense of what those climate hazards look like, increases in sea level rise, increases in temperature, changes in precipitation. the narrative then evolved into trying to understand how those hazards impacted on us as human and natural communities. And so a very strong focus on impacts, adaptation, and vulnerability. But the sixth assessment cycle, which we're currently in, has seen an elevation, a focus on the issue of solution. It's all good to understand that there are hazards, that they have impacts, but what the world really needs now is not hope, but action. We need to understand how to act and where to act. And in that regard, the meeting that Andrew spoke to, which will in fact be the first coming together in a formal way of the IPCC with the culture and heritage community, a co-sponsored international meeting, which will happen towards the end of this year, focusing very much on culture and heritage in the context of climate change, signals to us the importance that the IPCC is now placing on understanding the opportunities for natural heritage to act as an important opportunity for both mitigation and adaptation. Understanding how culture, which acts as a filter in the way we see the world, either inhibits or encourages action in certain societies around the vast challenges that Andrew has laid out for us. And so this is a really important milestone to see these two giants come together, the cultural and heritage organizations, so ICOMOS and UNESCO, together with the IPCC, which is acknowledged as the gold standard of scientific assessment. And for me, this marks a really important milestone in our discussion around solutions, because I think for too long in the IPCC discussion, we focused purely on technological solutions to the climate change crisis. And I believe what we are seeing now, particularly in the pandemic and post-pandemic world, is the importance of human beings, individuals, culture as a sense of agency. Their sense of how they are in the world is an important opportunity to leverage action in societies. And as I say, I think our important cultural or our important natural heritage platform is a deep response to an increasing narrative in the IPCC around nature-based solutions. So an important moment in time, very excited to see the coming together of these communities and very interested to hear the kind of discussions that will flow from this panel. And with that, I'll hand back to you, Andrew. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you, Deborah, very much. This forthcoming international co-sponsored meeting on culture, heritage, and climate change is enormously exciting. We've heard so much discussion for years now on how to better take on board the imperatives of climate science into cultural heritage, and how better to take account of the cultural dimensions of climate change and information gleaned from cultural heritage in climate science. And this meeting is one of the most consequential steps forward in tackling those questions that I know of. And so thank you, Deborah, for your leadership, and also the other co-chairs of the co-sponsored meeting, Dr. Rossler, from whom we've already heard, and also Dr. Marcy Rockman. Now we're going to move on to our second intervention of this panel. The UN Environment Program issued its annual emissions gap report at the end of last year, where they noted that the opening for using COVID pandemic recovery measures to accelerate a green transition has largely been missed. Unless this is reversed, they said, the Paris Agreement goals will slip further out of reach. One of the most ambitious efforts to connect green transition and COVID recovery comes from the European Union and the European Green Deal. And so what is the role of culture in that process? To address those questions, I'm delighted to be able to introduce my friend and colleague, Snezhka Podveg-Mihailovic from Europa Nostra. Snezhka, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrew. Warm greetings from The Hague, dear colleagues. And special thanks to the Italian presidency of the G20 for inviting Europa Nostra, the largest and most representative civil society movement for cultural heritage in Europe, to contribute to this hugely important thematic webinar. This multi-stakeholder approach is vital because climate action is our urgent collective responsibility. To keep global warming under 1.5 degrees Celsius and thus avoiding catastrophic consequences to which our chair referred for our planet and for the humankind, we all need to play our part. Therefore, we must count cultural heritage in. And this is precisely the message of our European Cultural Heritage Green Paper, putting Europe's shared heritage at the heart of the European Green Deal, which was recently produced by Europa Nostra in collaboration with ICOMOS and the Climate Heritage Network, with the support of the European Investment Bank Institute and the input of the European Heritage Alliance. And we are most grateful to our chair, Andrew Potts, who was the widely acclaimed lead expert and author of this paper and related mobilization. And the link to this report will be shared by our team in the chat. So perhaps you can remove now the slide so I can just talk to you and to the audience without looking at the slide. Our green paper shows that the European Green Deal and cultural heritage are closely interconnected. All key areas of the Green Deal, such as the circular economy, the renovation wave, renewable energy, energy efficiency, mobilities, or farm-to-fork strategies, have strong cultural and cultural heritage implications, but they are not yet sufficiently acknowledged and duly taken on board. As already stressed by several speakers before me, cultural heritage is severely threatened by global warming and is strongly anthropogenic. We human beings have generated the emergency, and we now have to cure it. And this is definitely the case of Venice and its lagoon already mentioned, where we know that threats are not only caused by climate change, but also very wrong strategies in the navigation of the lagoon and industry and tourism. For this reason, Venice and its lagoon have been declared by Europa Nostra as the most endangered site in Europe. And there are so many other examples, like the island of Delos in Greece. And for this reason, we must improve and expand the modeling of the projected impacts of climate change on cultural resources and use this evidence to guide decision-making at all levels. Can we please remove the slide? I would really like to be able to address the audience without, not just in a small square. If this is possible, thank you. Of course, cultural heritage is also part of the solution. From reusing heritage buildings to using traditional agricultural know-how to support sustainable food system, cultural heritage can support the transition toward a just, healthier, greener, and fairer future. And for this huge potential to be unleashed, all European climate-related strategies must embrace and fully incorporate social and cultural aspects. There are also potential conflicts, either real or perceived, between heritage safeguarding and climate action. These include, for example, the placement of solar panels on historic buildings or the siting of the industrial wind farms in protected cultural landscapes, or the renovation of historic buildings for energy efficiency and their potential negative impact on due conservation of their heritage values. Our green paper demonstrates the firm conviction that in the case of such tensions, win-win scenarios are both desirable and attainable. We shall now make use of our green paper and its key recommendations to ensure that all EU policies and institutions include fully cultural heritage concerns and stakeholders. Beyond the European Union, we hope our green paper will also further inspire the work of other international organizations, especially the 2021 UN Climate Change Conference and the UN 2030 Agenda. Europa Nostra is also committed to setting up a European multi-stakeholder platform on heritage and climate action as a follow-up to the green paper. Working closely with our partners, we also look forward to establishing a fruitful collaboration with other actors, such as the working group of experts that will be created by G20 Culture Ministers and IPCC. Dear colleagues and friends, we need a true global coalition for heritage and climate action. It is high time that culture and heritage are moved from the periphery to where they rightfully belong, the very center of wider climate action and sustainability frameworks, and conversely, also that climate considerations are effectively mainstreamed into heritage policy and actions at all levels. Europa Nostra stands ready to act as a civil society bridge builder to achieve this ambition. The time for action is now. Our cultural heritage is irreplaceable, and so is our planet. Thank you, Andrew.
Wow, thank you, Snezhka, for that stirring call to action. High time indeed. Thank you for highlighting the many synergies between cultural heritage safeguarding and climate action across sectors, mobility, agriculture, buildings, energy, but also your candor about the potential for tensions between conventional heritage safeguarding and climate action and the need to prioritize win-win solutions. We'll now move to our third intervention of the panel. We started in South Africa, in Durban, I think, with Dr. Roberts, then moved to The Hague in Europe, and now we'll move to North America for Dr. Glenn McDonald. Dr. McDonald is the UCLA Geography Chair on California and the American West, but also a Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada and an advisor to the National Trust of Canada. Glenn, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrew. I hope everyone can hear me. I thank Andrew for inviting me, and I thank the Italian presidency of the G20 for holding this really important event. I am a climate scientist. I've spent my entire career working on the physics and biological and resource implications of climate change. And for me, lines on a graph, colors on an isotherm map are very moving. They're motivating, but they are not moving and motivating enough for most people, I've sadly come to realize. If we look at the challenges ahead of us with climate change, we have to motivate people more than can be simply done with cold arguments based on lines on a graph or colors on a map. And we can see that simply looking across North America and Europe. For instance, the civil unrest we've had about simple things like masking and locking down because of a clear and present threat of COVID. We have to reach people at a much deeper level. And I believe that art and culture can not only help us with that communication, but can help us with the solutions. And I'd like to share then some examples from Canada. This is the Art Gallery of Vancouver. Art Gallery of Vancouver has an installation space in downtown Vancouver on a very busy street. They put in an installation there by a Iranian-Canadian artist, Sanaz Mazanani, which looks at a view, an artist's view of Vancouver and 2080 under climate change. And there's text at the site which explains what this vision is. And it's a vision both of the impacts of climate change, rising sea level, changes in temperature in the atmosphere, the fact that there will be islands of preserved vegetation, but it also looks at solutions. And it's both a piece of beauty, but also of hope, but also of warning. And then with this, they've then presented online events and things like that to engage the public, to move them with art, but also inform them in a very, very public space, in your face, as it were. And let's see. I'm trying to advance my slide. Oh, there we go. If we look at heritage, heritage also has the means to move people in an emotional sense. And Canada's heritage is very, very much threatened. We have the melting of permafrost in the far north, which is affecting, for instance, historic heritage buildings in Dawson. They're essentially collapsing because the permafrost is melting. Erosion of coastlines, such as this coastline in Quebec, which is beginning then to eat into infrastructure in historic villages. Huge fires, such as the 2016 Fort McMurray fire, which destroyed over 3,000 buildings. But then we also have hope. We have, for instance, the Chaudière project in Ottawa, where two historic buildings, over 100 years old, which survived the Great Ottawa Fire, were basically renovated and used for the production of hydroelectric energy along the river, and produced and offset 400,000 metric tons of CO2 through the generation of power, preserving heritage and providing power. That's providing us not only emotional sort of movement, but it's also providing us with solutions. So art and heritage can connect us. It can motivate action in ways that simple cold facts about what 2050 or 2100 will be may not be able to motivate people. But it also creates innovation. In Canada, for instance, about 80% of the building stock we have today will still be in existence in 2050. We have to motivate people and come up with economic means to renovate this, and heritage can do this. The National Trust for Canada is working then to combine both heritage with innovation for energy efficiency and drive this on. The key is communication. We have to let people know about these efforts in art and culture. And this is perhaps one of the areas where we still have work to do in heritage. And I would simply say that this meeting here and what comes in it is part of that. Communication is going to be key. I will end by saying we have a great opportunity in Canada to do this. The largest public rehabilitation project in Canadian history, the iconic Parliament buildings. I ask, why is not energy efficiency and the contributions of this to climate change front and center online and at that site? It should be here and everywhere across the world. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much, Glenn, for those examples drawn from Canada. Obviously, to achieve transformative change, we will have to win the hearts and minds of people around the world. And what better platform to do that than culture and heritage? For our fourth intervention, we're going to move from North America to the United Kingdom. And it's my pleasure now to give the floor to Sarah Crofts. Sarah is the Chief Executive of ICON, the Institute of Conservation. Sarah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrew. And greetings from the UK, where thanks to climate change, we are currently experiencing 4 seasons in one day. So we've all known for many years that cultural heritage is at risk from climate change, and that no country is immune from the challenges of flooding, desertification, increased extreme weather events, rising sea levels, etc. But perhaps there's also been an assumption that cultural heritage is passive, that it's impacted by global temperature rises, but has nothing to offer in return. It must simply await its fate. The Climate Heritage Network was set up to challenge that assumption and to show that cultural heritage organisations can play an active role in addressing the challenges of climate change. First conceived in San Francisco in 2018 and then launched in Edinburgh in October 2019, the Climate Heritage Network brings together hundreds of arts, culture and heritage organisations across the globe. It is a truly international collaboration of like-minded organisations who are working to place cultural heritage into the mainstream of climate policy and action. Within the membership, there are cultural heritage professionals and volunteers who have the skills and knowledge to support the design, planning and execution of their community's climate action strategies, using cultural heritage as a physical and intellectual resource. The Climate Heritage Network aims to empower cultural heritage officials to engage with climate change agendas and to promote solidarity between arts, culture and heritage agencies in this field. We share a concern that the cultural dimension is currently missing from many national climate change adaptation and mitigation plans. However, we also believe that ministries of culture are well positioned to support existing efforts by civil society to fill these gaps, or indeed to lead programmes themselves. The Climate Heritage Network also fulfills another valuable role. We offer a place to collaborate and a forum to share good practice, effective strategies and positive messages. We support communities by providing opportunities for members to learn from one another, raising awareness of what has and hasn't worked in different parts of the world. I currently coordinate the working group that is focused on communicating the role of cultural heritage in climate action. Our work is important because we seek to demonstrate to policymakers that cultural heritage has value as part of climate action strategies. Our overarching aim is to empower Climate Heritage Network members to find the most effective language to connect the power of arts, culture and heritage to drive positive climate action. Our working group activity is currently focused on COP26, and the immediate outputs will include an advocacy toolkit, a resource bank, and a discoverable and accessible digital library, which will collate and showcase all the knowledge products and resources that we're currently working on. But what else can we do? How can we communicate more effectively with policymakers to amplify our messages and ensure that they deliver the very best results? Here's a simple suggestion. We need better mechanisms for sharing research proposals, projects and other initiatives so that we create bigger and better outcomes through building on and amplifying the work of others, rather than repeating and constantly reinventing the same old things. Policymakers are well placed to help us find that common language, common toolkits, and common metrics. And we understand that the G20 Ministries of Culture propose establishing a working group of experts on culture and climate change. The establishment of such a group could significantly elevate the prominence of the climate change topic in the cultural policy and is exactly the type of mechanism that we wish to support. We could also do more to inspire people through the power of example. In practical terms, this means writing up high-quality case studies that have genuinely replicable ideas and making them accessible in places where people can easily find the information. Too many case studies are buried deep within organisational websites or other equally obscure places. Do governments therefore have a role in helping us to share this information? And published case studies must include clear and detailed instructions so that others can indeed replicate or expand them. Perhaps we all need to be more generous about sharing our hard-won knowledge, both the measures that ensured our projects were a success, or indeed those which caused them to fail. So expanding on that topic of knowledge transfer, I'd also like to champion the value of awards ceremonies and offering prizes as a way to highlight good practice and to offer inspiration. The well-known European Heritage Europa Nostra Awards are a good example, and there is the future potential to place greater emphasis on celebrating projects that respond actively and positively to climate change. But perhaps an even bolder step would be to set environmental sustainability as a mandatory eligibility criterion for all cultural heritage prizes and awards. As Snetka said, after all, our goal is to mainstream climate action into cultural heritage and cultural heritage into climate action. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Sarah. I think you've hit on a bit of an irony that we're encountering today, which is that on the one hand, we have so many examples of the power of culture and heritage to drive climate action and culture-based solutions. But on the other hand, we see very few nationally determined contributions, NDCs, that mention culture. We have many national climate adaptation frameworks and national climate plans, not to mention regional and local ones, that are virtually silent on culture. And so how do we bridge this gap? And thank you for highlighting the work of the Climate Heritage Network to promote practical tools and concrete steps to not only talk more about climate change in the culture sector, but to talk more about culture in climate policy. From the United Kingdom, we move to our final intervention of this panel, and we go all the way to Australia to hear from our colleague Ari Goring of the International Savannah Fire Initiative. Ari, the floor is yours. And I see Ari's slides, but maybe not Ari. And I wonder if our colleagues in Rome know if we have Ari with us just now. Maybe not? Okay, well, why don't we move on, and then if we can connect with Ari, we'll pick up her presentation then. So that concludes for the moment, I think, the panel interventions, and now we're going to move to a series of 3 case studies. And for our first case study, it's my pleasure to introduce to you Elodie Eberle, who is the manager of energy performance of buildings at CREBA, which is the French Resource Center for the Energy Retrofit of Heritage Buildings. Elodie, welcome to the webinar, and please may we have your intervention.
Yes, thank you, Andrew. I'm just waiting my presentation. Okay, so I'm going to talk about energy performance of heritage buildings. So as you may know, the building sector is one of the largest emitter of greenhouse gases. And to support the green transition, you can, of course, build new green buildings, but most important, you can also retrofit existing buildings, and that includes heritage buildings. But unfortunately, this is not an easy solution. First of all, because heritage buildings often carry huge heritage values, of course, and even humble buildings like this one in the picture has heritage values. And for example, this building was insulated from the outside and lost a lot of its original features. So you can see that shutters disappeared, that traditional tiles were replaced with new ones and modern ones. And you have also the original wooden windows that has been replaced with plastic windows with no glazing bar. So here you can see a very, very bad example of the retrofit of an heritage building. And another point is that all insulating materials are not suitable for heritage buildings, which we know are very sensitive to moisture. So vapor-tight materials like polystyrene foam or cement coating can provoke huge damages and in the structure of the building. And you can see in this photo that some wooden parts of this timber framed house began to rot because of a bad retrofit. So to bring these matters to the attention of building professionals, we decided, with the financial support of the French Ministries of Culture and of Sustainable Development, to create this research center for the energy retrofit of heritage buildings. And basically, it's a website where professionals and also their clients can find good examples, decision-making tools, and they can also find answers to their problems, to the problems they may encounter when they retrofit heritage buildings. So thank you for your attention.
Well, thank you, Elodie. A lot there in your example. But we have in climate action, climate policy, this notion of maladaptation. And I think we see in your case study some examples of that, of efforts at climate action that are maladapted, that apply one-size-fits-all solutions derived from new construction to traditional buildings, therefore, thereby undermining, degrading co-benefits, heritage values, and in the end, actually not even achieving on a life cycle basis extended energy performance. And so when we get the cultural heritage sector more involved in climate action, we see better outcomes, co-benefits of heritage safeguarding and decarbonization of the built environment. So that's excellent. Thank you. I understand that earlier we were bedeviled by a technical glitch that prevented Ari Goring from giving her presentation, but I believe that's corrected now, and I'm very pleased to be able to give the platform to Ari Goring from Australia. Ari?
Thank you, Andrew, and thank you for inviting me to share my perspectives I want to start by just acknowledging that I'm here on the Kulin Nations and the lands of the Boonwurrung people in South Melbourne, Australia. My role here is as CEO of Pollination Foundation, and our mission is to enable nature-based enterprise in a way that empowers community to ensure a just transition to a climate-resilient future. Before moving to Melbourne, before the pandemic, I spent 20 years living and working in one of the world's most remote regions. So it was unlucky that I moved to a city where I got locked in a lounge room for 12 months because previously I lived and worked in the northwest of Western Australia, where the impact of the coronavirus hasn't been as marked as it has been in large cities. And there I worked for an Aboriginal community organisation, the Kimberley Land Council, and my time there was spent establishing a network of Indigenous protected areas, which are effectively Indigenous-run national parks. And across Australia, the Indigenous protected areas contribute to almost half of Australia's national reserve system. And this is a really significant contribution because globally, Indigenous peoples, although they only represent 5% of the population, they manage and steward a quarter of the world's lands. And within this Indigenous estate, 80% of the remaining biodiversity in the world is protected. One of the significant threats to this system of protected areas is wildfire. And when the British colonised Australia, they suppressed the traditional fire management practices. Aboriginal people here in Australia, they burned early in the cool seasons. This reduced the fuel loads, and fire was used as a tool to effectively farm the landscape. So when wildfires did ignite in the hot summer seasons, there was not enough fuel load in the undergrowth to keep those fires burning. In the early 2000s, traditional fire management was starting to be reintroduced into the Indigenous estate and the Indigenous lands. And cultural elders learning about climate change at the time predicted that traditional fire management would also reduce greenhouse gas emissions. And so these Indigenous fire practitioners and the scientists came together and they collaborated in a partnership, developing a method to calculate the greenhouse gas reductions by the reintroduction of early season burning. The Savannah Carbon method is now registered with the Australian Government's Emissions Reduction Fund. And this has resulted in more than 25 Indigenous carbon projects across Northern Australia, which are generating a revenue of about $90 million annually, which is financing a network of community-based fire management across Australia's savanna landscapes. These projects not only produce 10% of Australia's greenhouse gas reductions, they've also reduced wildfire in some locations by up to 50%. And the International Savannah Fire Management Initiative is adapting this method and the learnings from Northern Australia and investing in a project in Southern Africa. The Botswana pilot is proving that the method can be adapted, which is really significant for the world because over 70% of emissions from wildfire emanate from Africa. Most importantly, though, the San Indigenous people and their knowledge of fire is very similar to Aboriginal Australia. Actually, everywhere that we're working across the world, Indigenous peoples have used fire as a tool to farm the landscape. And the reintroduction of their practices is not only a mitigation tool, but also an adaptation tool. And as we're starting to resurface these traditional practices, we're also starting to learn traditional agricultural practices. And there's an Aboriginal enterprise here in Australia, Black Duck Foods, that's reintroducing traditional grains and using fire as a tool both to cultivate and cure grain crops. And so this Indigenous knowledge system enables us to reimagine our relationship with nature, and it's also an opportunity to rethink our notion of economy and redesign place-based enterprise in a way that nurtures people and nature. And the Savannah Fire Management Initiative is a really powerful example of what's possible when we partner with communities in a way that empowers Indigenous knowledge.
Thank you, Ari. Worth the wait. And, you know, it's been said in this panel, including in this webinar, including by me, that cultural heritage has been inadequately addressed in climate policy and in climate science and in climate action. But it might be more accurate to say it has been inadequately addressed outside of Indigenous contexts, because we see consistently that Indigenous peoples organizations and Indigenous peoples speak passionately to the cultural survival, to the interconnection of culture, nature, and living within planetary boundaries. And so thank you for bringing us a powerful example of that from Australia and from around the world. We're now going to return to our case studies. We had heard the first case study from Elodie from France, and now we're going to move to India. And it is my pleasure to give the floor to Rosie Paul, who is going to speak on the Masons Inc. project in India, using traditional building knowledge to reduce the carbon footprint of construction. Rosie, the floor is yours.
Hello, Andrew. Hello, everyone.
Hello, welcome.
Thank you for this opportunity given to express my perspective. Being from the construction industry and talking about climate action, I'm forced to wonder what are the steps that the industry can take to be better to the environment. Let me start by asking a few simple questions. Can development inspire or inform from culture? And two, is it necessary only to look at sustainable development of urban areas and forget the rural fabric altogether? In a country like India, where we are so rooted in culture and tradition, why is it that our cities end up looking so identical? By identical, I mean tall skyscrapers made of concrete, highly contrasted with informal settlements such as slums, again made up of materials using highly industrial products. Now, what is unfortunate is that this language seems to be repeating even in the rural fabric nowadays. In the name of development and in the name of providing better housing, we are slowly moving away from images that you see on the left to images that you see on the right, from the local vernacular to identical structures that is really not local or responding to the context of that area. Now, this brings about two main concerns. One, of course, of the environment and the impact it would have if the housing requirement in India is always responded to with materials like these. And the second, more concerning one, according to me, being the loss of traditional know-how and the loss of sense of place. Now, let me take some time to explain to you a project that we at Masons Inc. are working on. It is a project that tries to respond to this problematic. We have been conducting a study on the traditional earthen dwellings of the southern state of Kerala and looking into what are the natural additives that have been added into these dwellings to make them more durable. What was interesting is that we found a variety of resources and ingredients, and all of this responded to the local resources around them. For example, areas close to rivers and rivulets focused on the mucus of fish and addition of that into the mud mixes to render them more water resistant. And areas near the paddy fields used rice and different parts of the grains of rice, even the rice husk, or to the soot that is got from burning the straws of rice, to mix it into their mixtures and develop water-resistant and more durable homes. Coming to the reserve forests of the state, we found that the indigenous community had unique knowledge of certain herbs and extracts of trees that can be added into these mixtures to render them more durable. Our idea was then, once this inventory was created, to take them and conduct scientific experiments to develop empirical data to prove that these additives do impact the performance of these structures. And the future part of this research is focused on, the first thing is the research and development on current findings. The second is looking for partnerships and collaborations to develop a more comprehensive inventory that goes throughout India and even outside of it. And the third and most important, I think more relevant to this conversation, is the revalorization of these additives and innovation of these additives to be seen if it can be replaced or if it can substitute industrial additives added such as cement to meet the future challenges of tomorrow. Thank you so much, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Rosie. I think your presentation raises a number of important points, and in particular, I'm struck by how it requires us to examine the topic of sustainable development. And is development sustainable when it supplants low-carbon, place-adapted solutions with high-carbon, non-place adapted solutions? And what is the role of culture in uniting the sustainable development agenda and the climate change agenda for climate resilient development, in the case you highlighted, rooted in traditional knowledge? And so very relevant to our topic today. Thank you. For our last case study, we're going to go back to the Americas, and in this case, Mexico. And it's my pleasure to introduce to you Gauri Garcia Medina. Gauri is the coordinator of the Historic Center of Morelia, Mexico, World Heritage City. Gauri, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Andrew. I have your attention for something as quiet as a stone. Power, management, and heritage, recycling of the territory in the History Center of Morelia. The year 2021 is a time that we revolutionize thinking in favor of living in every sense of the word. This situation due to the historical moment that the world is living in the face of the fragility of the man. That is evidence in 100 of human losses. It is necessary evolution. We should not leave the concept of view heritage outside of this analysis. We consider that the monumental heritage of our ancestors requires a link with the protection and the planet we inhabit. Climate change and view heritage have been two areas to science that travel in parallel paths. Today, we must change the strong paradigm. The evolution of the new practice in favor of environment and slowing down the climate change in heritage sites requires two essential elements. The first, recover the ancestral construction that allow the monument dating back to several hundred years and still standing. In this action, it is possible to recover the past construction techniques for the modern times. The second, add the recycling capacity of the territory and the monument by implementing contemporary practice for their appropriation. Particularly, in the case of History Center of Morelia, this thesis applies when implementing concrete that I described below. We have redesigned the lighting system in the city, including monument area, eliminating solar vapor lights to replace them with LED lights. This situation reduces 100 tons of carbon dioxide each year, saving 50% expensive and considerate reducing environmental stress to produce electrical energy. In another way, Morelia City is a city of 30 minutes to move. We had mobility system of citizens where the whole street are preserved. Also, the reuse of the patrimonial territory respecting the exceptional universal values of the site. For example, the representation of the mural Clavijero Cultural Center in a place where previously only cars traveled. Finally, great effort we made for the public to reuse stone, calcium oxide, or quicklime, or mortar, for take care for the monuments without concrete. Today, the modern construction sector is responsible for the 60% of the world water use, and a concrete building is almost impossible to restore for good recycling. The new generation will not be able to reuse it. They are made of inorganic materials. In conclusion, we have a common vision, and this is: it's important to use the heritage as part of our ecosystems. The world calls us, and we must resign our vision. I say it loud and clear. Ladies and gentlemen, we have evidence that the heritage and our conservation techniques have the power to protect the environment. Therefore, it is the most logical way to make human life possible on the planet. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Gary. Loud and clear indeed, and a clarion call from Maria from Mexico for culture-based solutions to climate action. And I appreciate so many of the points that you made, including highlighting the integrated nature culture approach, or perhaps even exploding this construct of nature versus culture, but rather combining them in landscape scale approaches, looking at the urban landscape, the spotlight you'd cast on buildings, yes, but also the whole territory of the city, and thus urban planning and mobility, and the cultural dimensions of sustainable mobility, a host of points. So thank you, Gary, very much for that intervention. Well, thanks to the extraordinary self-discipline of the panelists, we indeed have time for a Q&A, and I'm really excited about that. I'm going to take a few questions now that have been submitted through the chat, and I think there's the opportunity to submit more using the Slido technology. Snezhka, the first question is for you, and it asks about the relationship between climate action and the role of cultural heritage in inspiring a sense of belonging and mutual respect among peoples. Could you speak to that?
Thank you so much. A question that is really dear to my heart, because and that was a point that in our green paper we stressed very strongly, that in addition to all the multiple values that cultural heritage brings to sustainable development, economy, etc., there is also a fundamental role that cultural heritage has for boosting the sense of belonging. But we were talking about the European context, the context of the greater European family, but also the local context. So it is sort of all these contexts, from the local, regional, national, and European and international somewhere. Cultural heritage is so essential for and in that sense building the resilience of the people, because if you are rooted in a community and local but also wider, then you also engage in a more sort of a more effective way. You can work together to sort of respond to all these challenges. And we have also in the green paper referred to one document that we produced recently, our executive president, Herman Patziger, an essay published by the European Investment Bank. And I would like perhaps to share that link. And it is precisely entitled Togetherness, to stress that vital role of cultural heritage for bringing our society together at all levels.
Thank you, Snezhka. I'm going to move on to a series of questions that relate to the topic of traditional knowledge and indigenous science and the role of that knowledge as contemporary climate technology. And Rosie, I want to start with you. One thing I found very interesting about your presentation is that it related not only to the conservation of historic monuments and old buildings, but also of the utilization of traditional knowledge in new construction. And could you speak a little bit more about the possibility to scale out traditional knowledge to help new construction be more low carbon and place adapted?
Thank you, Andrew. I think that is exactly what we were trying to figure out while we started this research, because very often culture or cultural heritage stays in its separate silo and does not move into development or how to reintroduce this into construction today. And me being an architect and working every day on buildings that use quite a bit of cement, the idea was to see, are there other answers, and is it that we've forgotten somewhere along the way that the answers were always there? So the idea was to first document, because documentation is the first step, and we are quickly losing all the know-how because of the rapid urbanization. And the idea was to first document, and then the idea was to see how it can be brought back. And one of the things that needs to be done while doing that is to collaborate with people, is to collaborate with institutions that, you know, would help us see if certain materials can be replaced, or even certain portions of it can be substituted when it comes to construction today. So unfortunately, what is also happening is even the natural buildings, the contemporary natural buildings, or the contemporary buildings that use say earth or stone or you know, different natural materials, are slowly again getting mixed up with the use of industrial additives like cement, etc. So the idea is to first see if there is some way that we can communicate with communities that have this knowledge and figure out ways in which we can work together to create a balance, because nothing done excessively becomes sustainable. The idea is to find that balance and to follow it. And so that's what we've been trying to do. We're working with other communities to understand how it can be a sustainable model. Even if we start using these traditional ingredients, we need to find the sustainable model of using it in contemporary construction, so that it doesn't become from something sustainable to something very unsustainable where we eat into the natural resources. So the idea is, I think, to find that balance and to work on the best collaborations to promote that sustainable balance.
Great, thank you. There's a related question which I'm going to pose to Gauri. And Gauri, the person who's posed the question asks, why do you think old practices, for instance, building construction practices, have been lost, and what can be done to bring them back into current use? Gauri, we don't hear you yet.
The old techniques were forgotten when the learning system includes only the concrete and break the links to knowledge from the new generation. I think so.
Great, thank you. And let me ask yet another question on this topic of traditional ecological knowledge, and in this case, indigenous science, and pose this question to Ari. Ari, we sometimes see a focus on indigenous science and indigenous practices that perhaps unintentionally is almost extractive, in the sense that it focuses on lifting techniques out of the indigenous context and using them. But without thinking about how the sustenance of indigenous peoples and communities is required in order to sustain that knowledge in the context. And I wonder if you could just speak a little bit about how cultural actors can best support indigenous peoples in ways that in turn support their approaches to healing the planet.
Thanks, Andrew. Great question. I think it's like any partnership, and when you go into a partnership, it's of equal value and reciprocity. And so always when working with Indigenous communities and Indigenous peoples, it's really focusing on what do we each contribute to this partnership and to the collaboration, and how what's the mutual benefit between back to the community and then back to the partner organisations. And that always should be central to how we work with Indigenous communities, and the relationships that are created are the key to that as well. And so often we find that we'll jump to negotiating contracts or negotiating benefit agreements, which are really important, but at the core of that is our relationship and our partnership, and what we are growing together. And I think the Savannah Fire Management Initiative is a great example of that. You know, it was the partnership between Indigenous people and scientists to investigate together a scientific method using both traditional knowledge and science that then has created a method that non-Indigenous people and communities can use too. And what we've actually found with that is that where, for example, a pastoralist or a non-Indigenous land tenure has registered one of those carbon projects using an Indigenous, the Savannah Fire method, they're often needing to bring in Indigenous peoples to work on their lands because they don't have the fire knowledge that Indigenous peoples do. And so that's also creating these local relationships and place-based relationships because communities are starting to recognise the value of traditional practice. And so, again, the relationship is at the centre of that solution.
Great, thank you. I want to pose a question maybe to Sarah and to Glenn each. Both of you in your own ways spoke about the power of culture and cultural institutions to drive ambition to act on climate. And you each, I think, made a good case for the capacity of cultural institutions in particular to do that they are trusted voices in their community. They have access to the knowledge, the data, to make compelling arguments. And yet we see a number of cultural institutions, and also I would add to that ministries of culture, including perhaps in some G20 countries, who don't seem to have found their voice to advocate on climate change. But what do you think is a barrier? What is inhibiting more cultural agencies, cultural institutions from finding their voice to be advocates for climate action?
I think sometimes, Andrew, it's just a lack of good habits, really. You need to get into the habit of talking about climate. You need to get into the habit of having a climate dimension to every story that you tell. And some people just aren't there yet because we're all busy being dedicated and impactful heritage organisations that sometimes it takes quite a bit of effort to carve out a bit of time and energy to do that and talk about climate at the same time. So my personal plea is that everyone needs to find a personal commitment to these stories and then to weave them into the bigger narrative.
Great, thank you, Sarah. Glenn?
Yeah, I would agree with Sarah. I think part of it is embedding that as a habit. We're finding our way still. in many of these dimensions of integrating the humanities with climate change. And I think that it's an area where many organizations are finding their way. And the second thing I would add, it's bandwidth. A lot of the cultural organizations are very, very stretched here, under-resourced. And the bandwidth to add yet another dimension, as important as it is, can be difficult. And finally, I suppose for some organizations, because in, for instance, the United States, this is a very politicized question, stepping from the area where they're comfortable with their donors or the government is apportioning the money to them into climate change could be considered a political statement. It's unfortunate, but it is very highly politicized. So I think those are three things that are going into this. It's not quite a habit yet. We're finding our way. There is a bandwidth for many organizations, and then unfortunately, the politicization of climate change can be detrimental sometimes.
Okay, thank you. We're just out of time, but I'll pose quickly one final question, in this case to Elodie. Elodie, we sometimes hear that historic buildings cannot be successfully renovated for energy efficiency without an unacceptable loss of heritage value. So implicating this idea of tension between heritage safeguarding and climate action. How, in your experience, how often is it the case that it's not possible to find a win-win solution where safeguarding of heritage values and improvement of energy performance can be combined?
Oh, I think it's always possible. It's just a question of balance. Sometimes it's a fact you cannot insulate as much as you want. So you have to find other solutions. Maybe if you cannot insulate the walls because there are moisture problems or big heritage values on it, then you have to insulate the roofs. I think you can always find a solution, and a win-win solution. And in our website, you will find examples that proves that it is possible. And that's maybe the problem. It's that people do not know that it is possible. They think, oh, it's impossible. I will not try to do it, but it is. Really possible, and that's why it's our key message. We can, and you only have to have the good techniques and the good professionals, well trained, and then it is possible to have a heritage building to have an energy performance building.
Yeah, thank you. I'm just struck by your observation that you can almost always find a win-win solution. You know, because the discourse about climate change and cultural heritage so often starts and sometimes even ends with this focus on tension and conflict. When as you've just said, and Snezhka made this point earlier, almost always it's the synergies that prevail and the co-benefits of heritage safeguarding and ambitious climate action together. And so I think that's an excellent place to end this session on cultural heritage inspiring climate action. I won't give a long wrap up in order to stay on time for the next panel, just to say that we began this session with the goal of laying down an evidence base, making the case that culture and heritage are drivers of climate action, of just transition to climate resilient futures. I think that has been done very well by this session and also in the previous sessions, drawing on examples from all different types of cultural heritage typologies. We talked about, of course, the built environment. We talked about cultural landscapes and nature culture solutions. We talked about traditional knowledge and indigenous science and intangible heritage. We talked about collections and movables and objects. Really across the spectrum, we see the role that cultural institutions, libraries, museums, heritage sites, the role that cultural actors the role that cultural advocates can play, and we talked about ways to build bridges between cultural heritage and climate action and climate policymaking and climate science so that that potential can be realized. Changes we can make in the practice of cultural heritage and changes we can make in the practice of climate science and climate policy so that the potential of cultural heritage to contribute to climate action can be realized. But we know that there is an emissions gap. We know the world is not on course to meet the ambitions of the Paris Agreement. We know that there is an ambitions gap that stands behind that emissions gap. And so how do we realize the power of cultural heritage to help close that emissions gap? And how in particular do we inspire leaders in G20 countries who contribute so palpably to climate change to be leaders in that movement? I hope that these lessons can be taken on board and that it will result in an ambitious ministerial declaration out of this first ever G20 Culture Ministers meeting in July, and that those outputs will in turn inspire action at COP26 in G20 countries at all levels and around the world so that we see the climate action that we need. And so with that, I want to thank again all of our speakers in this session, inspiring I felt, and hand the platform back over to our colleagues in Rome. Thank you.
Thanks, Andrew, and thanks to all the speakers for this another interesting and rich session. Let's say that, well, the ambitions gap, I think it was really important to be stressed, the fact that we can make the change. We can make the reuse the new normal, as it was said. We can make the holistic approach the new normal. And now let's see what happens when we will really make the technological change the new normal. So we go straight to the next session, advanced technologies for the preservation of cultural heritage, social and economic benefits, which will be chaired by Cristina Sabbioni. She is actually Senior Research Associate at the Institute of Atmospheric Science and Climate within the Italian National Research Council, which she has directed from 2010 to 2018, and she has an extensive experience and a specific scientific interest on impact of climate and multi-pollutants on cultural heritage, risk assessment, and adaptation strategies. Cristina, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Herminia. It is a great pleasure for me to introduce this fourth session on advanced technology for the preservation of cultural heritage, social and economic benefits. Let's start with a few words of introduction. Cultural heritage in all its dimensions, tangible, intangible, digital, natural, is affected by various agents acting synergistically, as we have very well seen in the previous three sessions. External factor impact with varying occurrence and intensity. Nature can act slowly, producing cumulative damage, but the increasing frequency and magnitude of disasters produce dramatic and irreversible damage to cultural systems. Continuous and long-term monitoring is therefore a crucial requirement. Key environmental and climate parameters at proper spatial and temporal resolution must be monitored and risk indicators developed. Both are either time-consuming than considerably expensive. In addition, the monitoring needs to integrate and reflect the cultural heritage specificity in terms of typologies, structures, complexity, vulnerability, and also as well as location, including cities, urban center, coast, landscape, gardens, island, as well as indoor environment, as we have seen in the first session. To be most effective, cultural management strategy and plans require information that rely both on remote sensing and environmental in situ data to achieve proper integrated and predictive models. Risk assessment and preparedness plan can be devised. Emergency plan become particularly urgent and necessary for impact of unforeseen hazards. This task is one of the most complex and expensive in the management cycle of cultural resources. There is a high demand to explore cost-effective solutions using advanced remote sensing and related ICT technologies to integrate current ones for achieving economic, management, and social benefits. Finally, advanced technology may leverage cooperation on cultural heritage to support green transition. And now let me move to our very intensive platform of experts who are going to animate our panel session as well as present the following 4 case studies. So let me pass to introduce straight away the first 2 speakers who are going to bring us at the heart of the problem, how these new technologies applied to cultural heritage and climate change may work in synergy through the presentation of the Copernicus and the space economy. This topic are going to be developed by Mauro Facchini. Mauro worked at the European Commission. He is head of the Copernicus unit, Director General of Internal Market, Industry, Entrepreneurship, and SMEs, and by Andrea Taramelli, Associate Professor at USS in Pavia, and National Delegate of the project Copernicus. Please, the floor is yours.
So thank you very much, Cristina, for the introduction. And thank you to the Italian presidency of G20 for inviting me and us to this event. With Andrea, I think we'll try to do as fast as possible now in order to bring into that. Forgive us if it will not be done in 5 minutes. Two persons in 5 minutes will be too much, but I think we'll try to make our best. So I propose that we move immediately to the next slide. So we are speaking about what can be done for cultural heritage, in particular climate change from Copernicus. So I still see that the slide is not moving. Should I do that myself? Should I share a content or what? Because I see a slide, but I don't see it.
On your left side, you should have the bar to proceed.
Yes. Okay, thank you very much. It works. Thank you very much. Yes, so actually, what is Copernicus? Copernicus, very fast, is a space program based on satellites to observe the Earth. It looks like to be very far from cultural heritage, but actually observing our planet from a distance could be very interesting. Just look at that, but also to many environmental variables that could be important in the frame of cultural heritage. So you see, we have satellites called Sentinels contributing missions, and they fill a box in the middle that are some services. Actually, here you immediately see the kinds of services we can have. We can look into the marine environment, land monitoring, atmosphere, emergency, security, climate change. De facto, cultural heritage is not immediately something that we feed, but each of these different components can bring something to cultural heritage. So, for example, when we see emergency aspects, we can look into landslides, for example, how they could impact some cultural heritage sites. Or in security, we can also observe with satellites cultural heritage sites outside, probably also in war areas. So from a satellite, try to identify what's happening. And in this respect, even if cultural heritage was not part of the Copernicus program in the beginning, we had really workshops or activities that were dedicated to that. So in 2017, we started to think about that, and we had a workshop on that. And based on that, we look more and more into that. We had a task force and so on. And this is bringing more and more the cultural heritage aspect inside what we are doing. And we are having as well some activities today. But Andrea can go better into this because he was one of those animating this cultural heritage task force. Now, it could take really one full afternoon, but as today we are speaking about climate change in particular, so let's see how the climate change can bring some elements in cultural heritage. So we are observing with satellites some cultural heritage aspects. On the right-hand side, you can see some essential climate variables that we can observe through satellites. So it can be atmospheric physics, oceans, land hydrology, land biosphere, and you immediately see some elements that could be measured from satellites that could be used in order to understand how they could affect eventually the cultural heritage. For example, you can analyze the precipitation, you can analyze the sea level, so how the sea level could really jeopardize or put into difficulty some cultural heritage areas. The soil moisture, how it's changing, so how it could affect really the health of some cultural heritage site, or land cover, fire activities, and so on. Most of these activities on climate change are run for Copernicus by ECMWF, that is a center for weather forecasting in the UK. And we are more and more looking into how this could be used in the frame of cultural heritage. And in June this year, so as you see at the bottom, this was seen that there will be a specific user consultation workshop organized by ECMWF on cultural and natural heritage, and to see how climate change could be affecting that. I don't spend much more time, and I give immediately the floor to Andrea, and I will move the slide for you.
Thanks, Mauro. Thanks for the invitation, and I will be fast. So, based on what Mauro has already introduced, Italy has developed a quite huge funding and projecting a Mirror Copernicus scheme. The great link is the fact that we already have at European level the Copernicus, so at national level, we are going to downscale what are all the data and information already available. And the thing is that Italy has funded for 4.7 billion 5 national programs, and one is completely dedicated to the Mirror Copernicus. And within the Mirror Copernicus, the Italian National User Forum and Ministry of Industry and Sustainable Development are dedicating a service for the cultural heritage based on what is already available on a European level, integrating all the information that can be produced at national level with national mission, but also with all the information that can be available from the different services and the different network of cultural heritage. The next one, thanks. Mauro?
Yes, I moved it.
Oh, I didn't see it, but if you see that, I can, okay, thanks. So what the cultural heritage user community wants can be summarized in a nutshell. So as Mauro was already introducing, the task force has worked at European level, but also national level. So you can see that there are a lot of requested information related to urban change monitoring, land change, site area buffer. So you have a very quite wide type of request. But several of these requests are already covered by the Copernicus at European level, but also from Galileo. So many of these requirements find already a good response in current service and products at European level. So what is really needed is a cross-cutting services built on different requirements that will help to improve the intervention, also in all the different thematic areas. So we need to have a management, a prioritization, and a sustainable exploitment with even commercial or cultural heritage. That is something that is really needed. So the last one, Mauro. So at national level, we're linking with the Mirror Copernicus, where we are already discussing with the Cultural Heritage Ministry, of course, is producing some competence center for monitoring and protection of cultural heritage. So they are going to be based on what is already available at European level, but also integrating with all the information that can be produced at national level with like the Ministry of Cultural Heritage as a central node, but also the peripheral nodes like regional superintendencies or like civil protection and national fire brigade information, information that are stored as a geological hazard in the ISPRA National Institute or in the CNR Institute node. So you can imagine that all the information can be linked with this national, European, and knowledge center that can be, a support for the cultural heritage. So the major message is the fact that you already have a lot of information coming both from European level, from Copernicus, and from what can be available also at national level. It must be put in a more coordinated way using this scheme of competence center. So I just finish here. Thanks.
Thank you, Mauro and Andrea, for having summarized so well how the European Earth Observation Program, as well as a national strategic plan, the one developed by Italy, were able to integrate the need and the demand by the cultural heritage sector and to promote action to give a proper answer. Thank you to both of you. And now we remain in the European Commission, but we move to DG Education and Culture. We welcome Anna Gradi to be with us. She's going to talk about how transnational collaboration may help in strengthening cultural heritage resilience for climate change. Anne.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Christina. Thank you very much. And I'm sorry, I don't know what's happened to my camera, that I'm appearing sideways. So
yeah, but you are here. That's important.
Yes, thank you. And good afternoon to everybody, to colleagues and former colleagues, and indeed members of the OMC group, and to the four corners of the globe from the very chilly and unseasonal cold Brussels. And thank you to the Italian Ministry of Culture and the Italian Presidency G20 Culture Stream for this timely, informative and very valuable webinar. And I can see already that synergies are developing and people are exchanging information, so it's a really, really good day. We all know that up until recently, the last few decades, cultural heritage was not mentioned or not even considered originally in the climate change debate. And a lot of focus was on the economy, it was on agriculture, industry and commerce. And yet climate change has a huge impact on cultural heritage in all areas, both the tangible and intangible. The EU itself is very aware of the pressing need to address climate change in relation to cultural heritage. And for example, there was the Noah's Ark project, which started over 17 years ago, commenced in 2004 to 2007. And that project looked at the effects of climate change on the built environment. And indeed, Italy played a big role in relation to that, as did Joanna Lesner. And there have been a lot more projects and programs in the last, the Juncker Commission, and in this present commission, the van der Leyen Commission. For example, at the Horizon Europe Cluster 2, 33 million euro will be invested in culture and climate change under the first work programme, 21 to 22, later this year. On my side, I'm very fortunate to be working with an open method of coordination working group under the Council Work Plan for Culture. And the mandate for this group was agreed under the German presidency, and it's strengthening cultural heritage resilience for climate change. And the mandate's very much linked to SDG 13. Take urgent action, take it now to combat climate change and its impacts. And of course, there's other relevant SDGs. And also in the mandates, the European Green Deal, the Paris Agreement, the Sendai Framework, the IPCC, and the Council conclusions on risk management in the area of cultural heritage, which were agreed in May last year under the Croatian presidency. We'll have a number of meetings. We're going to meet over 18 months, 24 months, and we've had 2 meetings so far. There are 25 member states taking part, plus 3 other countries, Switzerland, Norway and Iceland. And this gives some indication of how seriously the countries, the member states, are taking climate change and cultural heritage. So how do I go on to the next slide?
On your left side, you have a bar.
I don't. No, I'm sorry. Can someone put on the second slide, please, for me?
If you move the mouse, it doesn't appear.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Sorry about that. And I've just lost about 22 seconds. So the objectives of this group, of course, we're going to identify and exchange good practices and innovative measures for the protection of cultural heritage. And this includes the tangible and the intangible. We're going to look at the current and emerging threats and impacts of climate change on cultural heritage. And it's a two-pronged approach. And we've discussed this already this morning, very much about the contribution cultural heritage can make to mitigating and combating climate change in line with the European Green Deal goals. So what's going to come of this? What's going to come of our deliberations will lead to awareness raising, capacity building, and we're going to produce a set of recommendations which will contribute to discussions and planning of climate change measures at European, nationally, and hopefully at a regional level. And this report will be finalised and published possibly at the end of next year under the Czech presidency. What have we done so far? Well, I'd like to thank Europa Nostra, ICOMOS and the Climate Heritage Network. They presented their Cultural Heritage Green Paper. Copernicus also presented to the group, and we've only had 2 meetings so far, so bear that in mind. What we're doing now is we have, and it's very much work in progress, a questionnaire, and we've put together this questionnaire to the 28 countries, and we're working on this together collaboratively. And what's come out from the questionnaire so far is the most evident threat is, of course, precipitation, heat waves, droughts, coastal erosion. There's no surprises there. But interestingly, so far what's come out is immovable cultural heritage has been identified as being the most under threat by 92% of the responses so far. And the movable heritage, 42%, and that's the collections, the artifacts and the exhibitions. Intangible heritage, a lot lower in the responses, and there seems to be a lack of reliable data in this area. And of course the types threatened, rituals, oral traditions and performing arts. So far, and it is work in progress, the knowledge about climate change on cultural heritage is mostly on the immovable heritage, and even that knowledge isn't very reliable, nor is it vast. And also there appears at this stage to be a need for a common platform where information, data, knowledge and best practices can be exchanged and shared. So our report will be published at the end of next year, and we are hoping that through groups and organisations that the results will be promoted and disseminated, and we're hoping that this report will go some way, in fact a lot of the way, to put cultural heritage right in the middle of the climate change debate. So thank you very much, Gurumia Mahagoth, and wishing you all well for the rest of the seminar. Thank you.
Thank you, Anne, for presenting us the activity in coordination. such a diversified group composed by 28 members experts, and it was remarkable that you mentioned how sharing data, knowledge, tool, strategy, and good practice is essential for finding common solution and planning policy strategies, and how this can be reinforced with the creation of a shared platform. Thank you very much, Anne.
And thank you, Christina, because you are a very valuable member of our group. So thank you.
It is a pleasure to work on this issue. Thank you for the coordination, Anne. So we move to the next speaker, Marika Mercalli. Marika is General Director of the Security of Cultural Heritage of the Italian Ministry of Culture. Let me thank particularly Marika, as she is the scientific coordinator of this webinar addressing the climate crisis through culture. And so we thank very much all the work performed in the past months to organize this day. Marika is going to present us the monitoring plan for the conservation of cultural assets, an experimental model for risk assessment. Please, Marika, the floor is yours.
Thank you, dear Christina, for your word. And ladies and gentlemen, good morning and good evening. In the face of current climate change, we wonder what action is being taken to defend our cultural heritage against the aggression of various agents linked to ever-increasing calamitous events. The prevention is essential for a steady and day-to-day maintenance of our most exposed assets, in particular monuments and museums, libraries and archives, which often host movable property. An assessment of risk types and levels is therefore key to understand how to intervene. In order to respond to this need for a more in-depth knowledge, the Italian Ministry of Culture has been promoting an extraordinary monitoring plan for the conservation of immovable cultural heritage. The plan aims to create a model that will lay the foundation of a monitoring system. The plan is based on the territorial IT system called Risk Map, through which a methodology for risk assessment has been developed based on danger and vulnerability. Assessed vulnerability is determined on the basis of its conservative state and its intrinsic fragility, while the danger depends on the place where the goods is located. These are the two criteria for assessing which assets are at the greatest risk of loss and for which important precautionary measures must therefore be implemented. The plan wants to implement an integrated satellite monitoring with in situ instrumental monitoring. It will also take into account the Earth observation capabilities underpinning important research projects, including the Copernicus program. Such projects can provide information on territories for which a high level of risk has already been identified: seismic risk, hydrogeological risk, risk linked to major climate change, and will allow for their integration into the existing monitoring networks. One of the objectives of the plan is therefore to create an interconnection between satellite data, which provide information on the territories most at risk, and terrestrial monitoring data. Land data are obtained with the application of methodologies that involve the installation of sensors to identify all the permanent stress factors to which real estate is exposed. The project phases consist of the identification of the assets to monitor, the identification of control priority orders on the basis of specific hazard indices, the possibility to make this data available to the Institute of the Ministry of Culture to find a close connection between the research phase and translation into practical management actions. The analysis of risk level will be inferred from the natural and anthropic dangers to which goods are submitted. The hazards that will be examined will include those related to the strong climate change, impact of air pollution, impact of climate variables, impact of extreme weather events, sea level rise, coastal erosion, earthquakes, volcanic eruption, hydrogeological failure. The ability to monitor the effects of these factors will allow us to take risk mitigation measures and to design systems to defend our heritage. The implementation plan provides to agreements with university and research institutes. Another objective of the plan is in fact to create an interface between the different IT systems which contain information on the goods to be protected. A computer dashboard will be created to adapt existing IT systems and parse the data necessary from land management. A close link between research activities and direct intervention on goods will be essential. The plan one defines the different level of risk to which our assets are exposed. This will create not only a system of knowledge, but also a new management system capable to producing alerts. Such warning mechanism will allow for the implementation of preventive action to avoid the greatest damage that occurs in the emergency phase. Thank you for your kind attention, and sorry, but thanks to our person of the Directory of Safety of the Cultural Heritage, because the program, the scientific program is product for this team. Thank you.
Of course, our organizers are all involved in this. Big thanks. And thank you, Marika, for presenting this national monitoring plan, which integrate satellite and in situ monitoring data. Let's move to the following presentation. We have with us Anna Flack, Head of Environmental Strategy at Historic England. She's going to present us how mapping is essential for hazards, and she's focusing also on adaptation strategy of cultural heritage to climate change. So please, Hannah, the floor is yours. I take the opportunity before Hannah is starting her presentation to invite all the attendees to present questions, to pose questions in order to animate the discussion through the Slido device, and you can find the link in the chat. Thank you to everybody for the participation. Please, Hannah.
Thank you, and buongiorno. Thank you ever so much for inviting me to join in today. I've got a incredible a range of presentations that we've had, so it's a real honor to follow those. I want to talk to you today about a piece of collaborative work that we're really at the beginning of a journey on in the UK. And I think it sort of takes us from hazards to hope, and as the lady from the IPCC was saying earlier, to action as well, which is really the most important thing that all of us are trying to move towards. So we've been working together with other heritage agencies, the National Trust, the National Sustainability Advisors 3 Keel, to develop a publicly accessible map of climate hazards for heritage in the UK. This is built on work that began with the National Trust and 3 Keel. They published it just last month to for the first time come together with an alert map for climate hazards across the UK, and we've added to that original piece of work another 20 hazard indicators. But more importantly, the collaboration for developing this mapping is providing the foundation for further work to bring together expertise from across private sector, academic research, not-profit organisations and government agencies to look at how we can better understand climate hazards, their impact on our cultural heritage, and identify and develop action to adapt to our climate futures. So the mapping has been deliberately created with a number of factors in mind. Cross-border collaboration is incredibly important. Each of the UK nations have their own heritage agencies, so bringing our work together takes some coordination. Also public accessibility and usability and future proofing. We've heard a lot about some innovative work developing new approaches to understanding our climate hazards. So enabling this mapping and the data to be able to be expanded in the future was very important. Also, many of the hazards depend upon local, often very local conditions. So we need people to see that this mapping is not an endpoint in understanding the local impacts of the changing climate. So we've used a hex gridded approach to avoid the idea of false precision and to show that actually it's not indicating the level of detail that you might need for individual sites, but more an overview for people to think about where to start their planning. It's also important that this was available to the whole of the heritage sector, indeed anyone else who wanted to use it. So it's drawn entirely upon publicly available data and the latest UK climate projections. And as I said earlier, can be updated as new information comes to light. There are 3 sorts of indicators that are represented here. We have the single indicators, those such as precipitation and temperature, which are drawn directly from the UK climate projection data. We have event thresholds, such as the one shown here for 15mm rainfall, which are drawn from the climate projections, but with thresholds that we impose from the working group of the UK heritage agencies and the national trusts. And then we have the compound indicators such as drought, landslip and erosion, where mapped output is the result of combining climate projection data with other sources, for instance that from the British Geological Survey. But this mapping is just the start of a process. It provides an indication of current challenges and future change so that people know the sorts of things they should be thinking about when planning for the future management of places. And it gives an overview for policymakers to see the extent of the challenges and be able to prioritise research and policy actions. But hazards do not necessarily become risks, and we need to understand better the vulnerability and exposure of heritage assets to these hazards. And we're developing a collaborative programme with the original working group and some university researchers, including the Walker Institute at the University of Reading, to understand how hazards translate to risks and to map adaptive pathways through those. The current hazard mapping is structured so that we can add consideration of vulnerability and residual risk as we learn more about those. The ultimate aim is that this mapping will be brought together in a public forum with information about risk and how to adapt. And we have a researcher in residence with the Welsh Government who's been looking at climate adaptation for historic buildings and a review of adaptation that's being led by the National Trust for all heritage assets at the moment. Adapting to climate hazards includes how to adapt when hazards mean it's impossible to conserve heritage assets in the way we've been used to, or even at all. And Historic England are working with researchers from Exeter University and UCL to develop approaches for managing unavoidable change and loss at the extreme end of that spectrum of adaptation. But one thing we do already know is that the importance of good maintenance. My slides aren't moving. Oh well, sorry about that. We know the importance of good maintenance for improving climate resilience and reducing carbon. And in the UK, we're extremely proud of our skills in conserving our heritage, which includes the oldest building stock in Europe. But we also know there's a shortage of skills for people with the knowledge of traditional construction and materials to look after our heritage into the future and avoid waste by making the most of our existing buildings. So at Historic England, we're extremely pleased to be working with the Hamish Ogston Foundation, a UK-based charitable foundation working internationally in health, heritage and music to develop an ambitious training programme for construction skills to support the skills we need for our future heritage. As we heard earlier in the day, traditional knowledge can be an important component of our future innovation and adaptation, and it's certainly essential to looking after our heritage into the future. By understanding the hazards that we're facing, we can make sure that the skills we're passing on to future generations are those which we will need most in order to adapt to those challenges. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hannah, for showing us how the latest climate and earth science models and technology are incorporated into the adaptation strategies. Thank you for this very detailed and deep presentation of the work you have promoted. Now we move to the following presentation. The next panelist is Daniele Spizzichino from ISPRA. He is working at the Department for the Geological Survey of Italy and is going to speak about new technologies for cultural heritage conservation, from satellite monitoring to sustainable mitigation. Please, Daniele, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Good afternoon to everybody. Good afternoon, good evening, and good morning, I guess. So I think it's quite clear that natural and man-made hazards worsened by the effect of climate change are putting our cultural heritage under pressure. Particularly, this imposes a new challenge for management and huge needs for innovative conservation and safeguarding technologies. As already underlined, these events threaten our social and cultural assets, public safety, and impact directly on local economies linked to the tourism. Main effects of climate change are the fully modification and transformation of the natural and climatic environment, which cultural heritage have developed. In this slide, you can see some example of impact induced by climate change in an amazing place where I had the privilege to work during the last year, touching directly the effects. You can see stability and geomorphological effect due to the thermal and climatic stress ranging in Saudi Arabia, Jordan, or in Orthodox monastery in Georgia, or in Tiwanaku in Bolivia, or blackening and surface recession due to pollution and acid rain, coastal erosion, sea level rise effect, as well as potential damage induced by vegetation. But there are some good news. New space technologies based on satellite images are now capable of monitoring an increased high spatial and temporal resolution. I will try to briefly introduce you the two main categories of satellite data and their potential use. First ones are the radar image, which can be processed to obtain millimeter displacement over time in order to detect the interaction among heritage and potential ground deformation, as well as the structural instability of historical buildings and monuments itself. You can see here analysis performed along the ancient Roman city. The deformation trends affecting the ancient Nabatean city of Petra, the instability process that threatening the archaeological park of Pompeii, or the subsidence and uplift affecting the bio-Roman thermal baths in the Campi Flegrei Park. All these analyses need a mandatory, strong, detailed in situ control and direct field survey to be calibrated and validated. You will find some additional info at Protego project website, in which all European UNESCO heritage were investigated, and ANA DGS is one of the partners of the project. So collaborate a lot of this geological survey of England. So let's move to the second types of category. The second useful category of, are the optical images, which can also be processed to obtain, for example, land use and change detection in buried or inexcavated sites for the preventive archaeology, and to protect them from looting or illegal construction, but also the main climate variables, temperature, humidity, to forecast extreme events, or sea level high, as well as the pollution concentration. All of them, it's very important by now in near real time and very high resolution. Major innovation, for example, in Protect to Save, our strange project, stays in copying climate modeling and Earth observation data with a spatial resolution up to 10 to 10 kilometers and focus on extreme climate events. What about my final remarks? My final remarks are that we need to fully incorporate the latest climate and Earth science model into the adaptation strategy, as well as into the World Heritage Site nomination, inscription, and management procedure. Thanks to the satellite techniques, we should be better able to identify the most vulnerable site to such phenomena, a strong system for continuous assessment, monitoring, and early warning of the impact. I think we must accept this challenge because cultural heritage are the legacy of the planet to the humanity, and digital and green low-impact solutions are the human legacy to their safeguarding. If we are not able to win this challenge and transform our cultural paradigm, we'll continue to chase emergency, using the testimony and legacy that cultural heritage represents for the whole planet. Thank you for the attention, the opportunity.
Thank you, Daniele, also for mentioning World Heritage Site and most recent application in terms of multispectral analysis. Now we move to the case study. We have 4 case studies. The first will be presented by Marie-Yvaine Der. Marie works at the Centre de Recherche en Archéologie, Archéosciences, Histoire. She's going to present the Alert Mobile project, who is focused on the management of coastal archaeological heritage. This work was performed in association with Elias Lopez Romero, professor of the Department of Prehistory, Ancient History and Archaeology at the University Complutense. Please, Marie-Yvaine, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for inviting me to this event, amazing event. I will briefly present the experience of the ALERT project carried out in Western France since 20 years and currently adapted to the Caribbean areas, islands in a new project. ALERT is dedicated to the issue of the coastal heritage threatened not only by the effects of climate change, such as erosion, sea level rise, and storms, but also by the pressure of an increasing attractiveness of coastal areas. Thousands of heritage sites and monuments are damaged over each year over the world, and most of them are condemned to disappear in a very short term. Then this issue causes both heritage and scientific loss, and we are facing an urgent countdown, in fact. The ALERT project aims at providing efficient solutions. Given the impossibility of protecting this threatened heritage materially, the ALERT project proposes a solution based on the principle of preservation by record. Managers and scientists are not numerous enough.
to survey all the coastline, especially facing the emergency following extreme climatic events such as storms or hurricanes. Then, a solution has been found in the involvement of the public, volunteers, associations, and groups such as the Coast Guards in the project. The various stages of the process comprises first a sanitary stage of the coastal heritage. Thanks to the feeding of a collaborative database accessible by the public via a mobile application. Once connected by smartphone, tablet, or computer, every person is able to alert on endangered remains, archaeological sites, or monuments, and indicate geographic coordinates, description, and send photos. Then the information is checked by the researchers who can organize field expertise. In a second stage, the data analysis leads to the creation of vulnerability maps at various scales, as illustrated in the middle of the slides. These maps are real decision-making tools offered to heritage and coastal managers in order to prioritize regions or sites and state on the action to be carried out, such as consolidation or scientific study, for example, excavations as shown on the bottom right photo. The main alert contribution is to participate in the integrated management of coastal heritage by involving public, scientists, decision makers, and managers in the same dynamics. The efficiency of the methods has been improved at several regional scales, demonstrating its adaptability to most of the coastlines. The current result in Western France is the building of a network of about 30 coast watchers and a database grouping more than 1,200 sites, of which 200 are currently under survey. This contribution is all the more important as the challenges are as follows. First, the limits of usual solutions such as stone embankments have been demonstrated by geomorphologists, and no material solutions seem to be sustainable enough. This is illustrated by the middle up photo, showing an attempt to slow coastal erosion by sandbags first, and then by rocks during the winter storms of the winter 2018. Second, the issue of the coastal heritage vulnerability is global, but the national policies are heterogeneous and not all the countries seem equally sensitive to this issue. Last but not least, the effects of climate change and pressure on coastal areas are subject to increasing acceleration. Then, the emergency of the situation imposes a duty of action towards future generations and to pass on to them the memory and knowledge of past cultures and heritage. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Marie-Yvonne. And now we have the next case study. We move to China. Wu Yuhua is with us. Yuhua work at the Chinese Information and Consultant Center of Cultural Heritage. Is going to present us exploration on the monitoring and preventive conservation of the World Cultural Heritage of Peking Men site at Zhoukudian. Please, Yuhua, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Ciao, Christina. Good afternoon, good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me. It's a great honor for me to participate in this webinar. In the following, I'd like to give a brief presentation about the exploration on the monitoring and the preventive conservation of the Peking Men site at Zhoukudian. Zhougoudian site is located in Zhougoudian town in Beijing, China, which is a place where pigmen once lived here about 20,000 years to 70,000 years ago. The site is also a comprehensive research base for paleoanthropology, archaeology, environnomics, cartology, and so on. Zhougoudian site was put on the list of sites to be protected for their historical and cultural value at a national level by the State Council in 1961, and it included into the World Heritage Site list by the UNESCO in 1987. Both lists are among the first batch in China. It is also the major geo area of a global geopark of China. Next slide, please. Due to the long-term natural erosion and homing activities, there are a number of risks associated with the conservation of the pigment site. Through years of efforts, many damage has been well controlled, but the crisis for climate change still exists. The risks include rainfall, especially the rainstorm, extremely high or very low temperature, high humidity, and strong illumination, and so on. Many sites were in danger of a collapse, and some rescue reinforcement projects have been carried out in the past decades. However, in extreme climate, local collapse still occurs occasionally. The picture at the bottom right was the collapse caused by the rainstorm on July 21st, about 8 years ago. So the last slide. Therefore, it is very important to carry out scientific monitoring and preventive conservation. Many modern high and new technology have been applied based on the risk analysis, and we have designed a monitoring and early warning system for the site, and focus on the micro environment monitoring, such as temperature, humidity, rainfall, illumination, and wind, and so on. At the same time, the fine survey has been carried out by using 3-dimensional laser scanning, close-range photogrammetry, UAV, and so on. Based on the GIS, the real-time risk map have been drawn according to those dynamic monitor data. It provides an important scientific basis for the protection and management of the site. Through many expert argumentation, both national and international, a protective shield has been built on this site. The protective shield follows 3 design principles: minimal cover, and eliminated hidden danger, and integrated into the nature. In addition, laser protection will be used to restore the life of pigment in the shed. Of course, there may be unexpected problems with the change of microenvironment. We may need more time to practice. In brief, it shows that monitoring and preventive conservation is an important means to deal with the risks. For the climate change, undoubtedly, it helps to bring better social and economical benefits. Okay, that's all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Yuhua, for presenting us the in situ monitoring at his World Heritage Site and stressing how important it is for the conservation procedure. Now let's move to the third case study. He is going to be presented by Alfonsina Russo. Alfonsina is director of the Coliseum Archaeological Park. She's going to present the experience in the archaeological Coliseum Park climate modeling applied to cultural heritage protection. Please, Alfonsina.
Thank you, Christina. Thank you for inviting me. I'm glad to be here today to talk about our experience of the monitoring plan in the archaeological park of Colosseum. All archaeological sites are affected by changes due to a natural decay related to the passage of time. If it compromises the functionality of the cultural property, it becomes pathological and results in degradation. The monitoring carried out with the use of innovative technologies is a preliminary tool to an effective plant maintenance activity and therefore preventive conservation. The monitoring project of the archaeological park of Colosseum that started in a systematic way only in 2018 is also inspired by the desire to build a sustainable system of protection and conservation at the service of fruition. With this objective in mind, the park has launched a static and dynamic monitoring project consisting of 5 fundamental levels of activities. First, a database of the historical data of the monuments together with the graphic and photographic documentation. The WebGIS platform is in fact the fulcrum of the monitoring system, able to connect data according to defined parameters in order to indicate the state of conservation of the archaeological heritage. Depending on the level of importance of the damage identified, a notification or an alert will be generated, and this allows us to schedule the maintenance interventions. Second, visual monitoring carried out by teams of technicians dedicated to the inspection and control of monuments. Also, aspetti, devo cambiare. A moment. Second, visual monitoring carried out by teams of technicians dedicated to the inspection and control of monuments. Also, thanks to an app that will allow them to send data to the central system. For example, the inspection activity related to the presence of the vegetation. The vegetation with woody root systems abundantly present in the park is in fact the highest degree of dangerousness index of the species. Third, satellite monitoring. The historical analysis of the satellite data will flow into the system and will be analyzed in order to monitor ground changes in relation to the monuments. Then, monitoring from ground diagnostic instrument for which specialist support will be essential. Last, experimental activities such as the use of HBIN in the archaeological field, aimed at monitoring by diagnostic instruments. Basically, the project involves the creation of a multi-parameter system of permanent control of the entire archaeological area, with the associated indicators of the level of risk for which it is necessary the combined use of innovative technologies. In this way, the project will allow to plan the necessary innovation both for ordinary and extraordinary maintenance, providing a management tool for the park with a better use of its financial resources. For these reasons, the instrumental diagnostic tools are accompanied by satellite monitoring to obtain information on deformations of the ground, structures, and buildings. In order to identify a protocol for the use of satellite data on cultural heritage in the field of conservation and protection, we designed a test, and the Colosseum was chosen as the research area. The aim is to create a model of approach to issues related to monitoring and plant maintenance, important for other archaeological sites and national and international monuments. We believe that this is an essential condition to leave such a great heritage to the future generations. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Alfonsina, for presenting this integrated system also used for ordinary and extraordinary maintenance. Now we move to Vito D'Adamo. Vito works at the Italian Ministry of Culture and is going to present us multi-systematic monitoring for cultural heritage protection, an Italian model. Please, Vito, the platform is yours.
Thank you, Dabioni. Welcome all speakers. And I am proud to present you the multi-systemic monitoring for cultural heritage protection, an Italian model. A brief introduction, because from the 2015 to the present, the Ministry of Culture have paved the way to a crescendo of research activities, policy programs, and public-private partnerships, which, thanks to the Ministry of Culture official great professionalism, has enabled our country to cope with the climate crisis affecting our beloved cultural heritage. It is focused on the experimentation of new technologies to put in security and safety Italian cultural heritage in order to reduce and mitigate the risk associated to climate change, acts of vandalism, terrorism, and clandestine excavation. Second, adopt necessary action to prevent risks and manage emergency through the special unit for heritage, a joint staff composed by experts from Ministry for Culture, Heritage, and Carabinieri. From the 2015, the Ministry of Culture is member of the National Aerospace Committee. But in 2016, the turning point, the Ministry of Culture launched a public-private partnership between universities, research institute and industry to develop technologies for the protection of cultural heritage. With the National Research Council, especially the Institute in Southern Italy, and Leonardo SPA, partnered with the Ministry of Culture, the Smart Pompeii project provided for the implementation of a high-tech digital infrastructure using artificial intelligence, big data, cloud system, drones, Wi-Fi, and Li-Fi. It was the first smart archaeological park in Italy and in the world. It developed a management control system, uses information to evaluate the safety of Pompeii's visitors and the ancient and modern artifacts on the archaeological site. It also helps to prevent or mitigate any environmental and human risk, including possible terrorist acts. The project supports the resilience of the cultural heritage. Indeed, a long-term cooperation with the National Research Council and for integrated monitoring satellite and in situ observation, historical center Gubbio, Civita Bagnoregio, Matera, Pompei, Pestum, Matera, Colosseo. And the Italian Space Agency strategy and role include the promotion and the preservation of Italian cultural heritage. It finances directly or via ESA Artes programs specific application based on the advanced space and hybrid technologies. Presented projects are example for implementation of this promotion strategy. You can see this map, the historical center. Now, I want to present you the new experimentation in our area in sites under the jurisdiction of MIC. In fact, ESA, the European Space Agency, has presented a call ESA 5G for Art for the use of satellite 5G convergence as a communication infrastructure to increase the information flow for the analysis and risks for cultural heritage, instability of terrains and artifacts, and consequent ongoing structural deformation, hydrological risk with a focus on Tiber and Aniene River Basin, monitoring of anthropogenic action. For example, urban decor with the identification of excess and garbage, illegal building, detection and monitoring of vegetation over not visible, reachable parts, detection of mapping and of surface damage, cracks, humidity, etc. Concentration of pollens in atmosphere and their effects on degradation of the emerging assets. Moreover, the use of 5G technology will allow to the use of mixed reality solution made available via mobile app directly on personal mobile device, thus also meeting the needs of COVID-19 emergency. To sum up this project, aiming the integrating aerospatial technologies such as satellite, radar and optical, and Internet of Things sensors, ground penetrating radar instruments representing a model of a public-private collaboration, Ministry of Culture, private companies and research bodies. For an economic value of 10 million euro, will be tested at MIC sites, especially in Rome, Colosseum, in Ostia, with the assistance of Institute for Conservation and Restoration. But the next
thank you.
Slide, yes, we can show you the program, the project. The first is AMOR, Advanced Multimedia and Observation Service for the Rome Cultural Heritage. The prime is NICE, and they are the main institute of research. The goals you can see in on your.
Thank you, Vito.
Yes, but not only. We have Pomerium, and I ask is another program.
Thank you, Vito. I think we have to conclude our session.
Yes, because we have an accord, we have a memorandum with ESA, and the next month we present all these projects. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I thank all the speakers, panelists, and presentation of case study. We are going to incorporate all your input as well as the comment and the answer received by the attendee in our final report, which are going to forward all the message for the interministerial meeting we are going to have. Thank you to everybody for making this session so intensive in terms of communication and message. I pass the word to our organizer.
Thanks. Another really interesting session. Now we ask kindly the chairs to come back for the final part of our webinar. If you are still online, when Christina, you can remain with us. Then we have Madame Mechil Rossler and Andrew Potts. If you can kindly come back with us, because we want to conclude this meeting with final messages and on the way forward, especially. Thanks. Christina, maybe as you're still here from the previous session, maybe you want to start?
I start. I will start with very few words regarding all the issue we have developed in the session, as we were a bit late to conclude. So during the session, all the issues were mentioned, the European Earth Observation Program and how it is tackling cultural heritage domain. The cooperation was mentioned, both transnational than public-private collaboration, how new technology and ICT technology help in prevention for conservation and knowledge of the risk. The issue regarding hazards, vulnerability and risk were also mentioned, and concerning case study, the threat regarding coastal heritage related to climate change effect was presented. The issue regarding World Heritage Site, with a specific example of the site in China. Archaeological site program were presented, where an integration between satellite remote sensing and in situ data is presented for better use of financial resources, building a sustainability system of protection and conservation at the surface of fruition. That were the specific issue mentioned in the session. As a general conclusion of the session, advanced technologies for the preservation of cultural heritage, social and economic benefits. Three main issues emerged and one way forward. First, satellite technologies and space economy play an essential role in monitoring and protecting cultural heritage at risk due to climate change, extreme events, and natural and anthropogenic hazards, providing economic, management, and social benefit. There is a need of sharing data, tools, and products to achieve a cost-effective solution based on a user-driven approach by using advanced remote sensing and related ICT technologies through transnational concerted actions and promoting public-private collaborations. There is a demand from the heritage community to foster the use of knowledge and technological infrastructure in response to the requirements, need, and specificity of cultural and natural heritage. As the way forward for the future development of G20 culture cooperation is to promote the creation of a knowledge and technological platform addressing cultural heritage safeguarding as a priority in the future development of the Earth observation applications. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks. Thanks, Christina. Very pragmatic and concrete suggestions. Thank you. We will take note of all these good ideas. I'm wondering, because I don't see the picture, because I would like to give the floor first to Madame Rossler, if she's here with us.
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, excellent. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Arminia. I won't go into the details of each presentation because you have the abstract booklet, but I would like to highlight the way forward from each of the presentations. And Mrs. Kazar told us that putting heritage scientists at the heart of the decision making is crucial, just as we have seen health scientists at the heart of policy making in the current pandemic. And I think this is a message we need to take really seriously. Secondly, combining building and construction history data to develop repositories of multicultural cross-disciplinary case studies to demonstrate the historic resilience to the climate and to enable the most useful information to be extracted for future heritage to contribute to the green transition. And thirdly, policymakers should act to ensure that the use of fossil fuels for heritage conservation is phased out and replaced by renewable forms of energy in the name of environmental sustainability. Then Mr. Kremlin presented to us the emblematic character of the Greek initiative for the creation of a global network and a solid database from experience on the ground beyond the UNESCO designated sites to include other cultural and environmental heritage assets as well as intangible heritage to be mapped and protected upon request of the interested countries. And this is intended to promote a culture of resilience and pursue key climatic diplomatic issues, including protection of small island states, the states threatened by sea level rise, where it's really very urgent. Then Mrs. Battisti looked at redesigning of cultural heritage, which can trigger social dynamics and environmental conservation and economic drivers able to foster a resilient, sustainable society using cultural heritage to enhance certain urban areas. And new concepts of regeneration are emerging, where productive activities are conceived as ecosystems capable of self-healing and tackling the development of a new infrastructure based on distributed energy resource systems. Mr. Lanzinger proposed to the G20 Ministerial to consider museums as relevant institutions to develop new ways of organizing knowledge about the climate crisis, participating with their users to change behavior. I think that's a very important point for us all, and ways to think about our sustainable future. Museums are anchors for community participation to promote an active transformation of our world as partners, for example, with ECOM, to identify shared policy objectives that can be jointly pursued, including through coordinated actions. Mr. Goswami highlighted the resilience of the communities at all the habitat scales to the effects of climate change that can be better informed by taking into account traditional knowledge and intangible cultural heritage. As you know, the daily and seasonal patterns followed by living heritage communities are inherently sustainable and based on very rich layers of knowledge that can guide both earth science and development policies. And then we looked into different case studies, which helped us to consider the role of cultural heritage in wider and higher level national and regional plans on climate change. Our examples came from Japan, from Argentina with a broader context, and also pro-cultural heritage, pro-cult heritage project financed by the EU. And one of the critical issues is promoting capacity building for local communities and administrators to help them to act more positively towards sustainable development through their daily life and caring for the surrounding culture and natural heritage resources. And we also highlighted the need to address a coordinated and sustainable protection and risk-oriented management of cultural heritage, linking short-term relief measures with longer-term development processes. So, Armenia, in our session, we highlighted the role of culture and cultural heritage in all its dimensions, including, as you know, disaster risk preparedness, supporting emergency situations, and improving resilience. And the key word from our session was resilience, as it was shown in the poll on our webpage. Thank you very much.
Thanks for stressing again the important role of culture in fostering a culture of resilience. And now the floor is for Andrew Potts, who will give us his key points, the key points of his session. Please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm reporting out regarding session 3, which focused on how cultural-based strategies can support achievement of the ambitions of the Paris Agreement and drive a just transition to low-carbon, climate-resilient futures. We looked at both culture-based strategies for adapting to climate change and also culture-based strategies for mitigating climate change and reducing greenhouse gases, as well as some examples that integrate both. We had a very rich discussion. It's hard to summarize, but a few themes that recurred. We heard about the need for people-centered approaches. Dr. Deborah Roberts from the IPCC mentioned that climate action is often framed in terms of technical solutions. Engaging the cultural sector and pursuing culture-based solutions can correct this deficiency. We talked a lot about transversality, that there's a cultural dimension to climate action in every sector. And we heard presentations that highlighted examples of culture-based solutions drawn from agriculture, land use and territorial planning, mobility and transport, cities and buildings. We in particular heard from Snezhka Kwadvelig-Mihailovic from Europa Nostra about efforts to engage with the European Green Deal and how to build bridges that unlock the synergies between cultural heritage actors and all these other sectors. We heard a lot about the power of culture and heritage and arts to drive ambition, motivation, communication, how cultural institutions and actors can help win the hearts and minds of people. And in particular, we had examples from Canada about that. We talked a good deal about tensions between cultural heritage safeguarding and other forms of climate action, but heard that in almost every case, win-win solutions are available. For example, we heard very strongly from our French colleague, Elodie Eberle, that it is almost always possible to retrofit heritage buildings for energy efficiency while preserving their values. And so here we were focusing on avoiding maladaptation and promoting co-benefits. We had an excellent presentation from Australia about Indigenous ways of knowing Indigenous culture, the compelling model it provides of living within planetary boundaries, but how the power of Indigenous knowledge can only be released through approaches that respect Indigenous peoples and empower Indigenous communities. Finally, we heard from Mexico and India about traditional knowledge, ancestral knowledge from local communities, and how they offer place-adapted low-carbon solutions, which need to be nurtured by heritage authorities, but also scaled out to other sectors as contemporary climate technology. There was a good discussion about how priorities and methodologies in the culture and heritage sectors need to take on board the climate emergency to make engagement with climate change a habit. And we heard about the work of the Climate Heritage Network to achieve those goals. And then finally, a few concrete suggestions of next steps. We hope that the record established by our session will create a basis for a strong commitment from G20 culture ministers for leadership to realize the potential of arts, culture, and heritage to drive just transitions to low-carbon, climate-resilient futures. We hope those messages can be taken forward to COP26 and that the proposed platform for G20 authorities to exchange information on culture-based solutions to climate change can help improve not only engagement by those ministries, but drive greater ambition across the arts, culture, and heritage sectors in G20 countries and around the world. And with that, I thank you and thank all our panelists.
Thank you. So now I give the floor to Diplomatic Counselor of the Ministry of Culture, Paolo Toschi, for the final words.
Thank you very much, Herminia. Thank you all. It's been a productive day of work, and it's a pleasure to salute you all, salute your engagement throughout the day, and perhaps look at the work ahead. Like we said at the beginning, I think today was an opportunity for a very positive and encouraging look at how we can bridge environmental protection and culture. And I think all of you in your sessions, as now outlined by the chairs, gave great examples of this. If there is a common theme that I think is dear to the chair and that I would like to single out, is that we find a thread, a very clear thread that unites the protection, the fruition, the understanding of heritage, and the access to culture. And that thread is represented by innovation and new technologies that allow to make steps forward in the direction of environmental sustainability. And in many ways, these new technologies and these innovations also are great creators of opportunity, which is a crucial element of positivity that our societies, our economies are really looking for at this particular moment in time. You all gave great examples of these positivity and of the better normal that can be built together, and of the many opportunities that we can all develop in this way. So thank you. I believe it is time to say thanks to the many who made today's conversation possible. This was a particularly rich and detailed conversation. Again, I would like to thank the chairs for their words, for their dedication. The many of you who had to sacrifice hours of sleep to attend this long and fruitful discussion. My friends and colleagues in our team, Erminia Shakitano, Rosanna Binacchi. I would be remiss if I didn't mention my friend and colleague who's my predecessor in my position, who really led this work for a long time and is really one of the motors and the engines behind this effort, Uberto Vanni d'Archirafi. I hope you're listening to us, and if not, we'll make sure you listen to this piece. And then the many who worked at the Ministry of Culture of Italy for making this event possible. In particular, I know a great effort has been undertaken by a team, a Directorate General that focuses on security, and that is led by Director General Mercalli. Many in her team gave a contribution to today's work. I would like to mention them: Caterina Rubino, Carlo Cacace, Elisabetta Gianni, Paolo Iannelli, Vincenza Pellegrino. Thank you all for your work. We've had the pleasure of having Undersecretary Senator Borgonzoni with us, and so I'd like to thank her and her Chief of Staff, Vito D'Adamo, and the other many colleagues from Italy and across the world who gave a contribution to this endeavor. Thank you all. We have a last appointment in this series coming up tomorrow, when we will focus on human capital as a resource and training as a force for regeneration, something that we are all in need of. Thank you, grazie, buonanotte, buon pomeriggio e buona giornata a tutti.